Good, how are you?
And our attorney's gonna be on. Well, and physical. Engine. Yeah, thank you. For stress.
Nathan, did you get an email from Joe or from me? From Joe about, I'll explain it, just the Google Doc, the very preliminary. It's, exactly, just started something good. I'm glad you got it. Just got it from Kevin on Thursday, Friday morning. I think I attempted to do it on my laptop. President Rip, nice to see you. Jeez, it seems like it's been a year since I've seen you.
I'm going to yell at you some more, and then we're going to get you straightened out. You pay me a lot of money to yell at you, so I'm going to do that tomorrow. But I got to run. I'm hopping into a meeting. Okay, see ya. Rips! Glad you can make it to a meeting. Jeez. Hi. Good. How you doing?
Sprouts the other day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm glad your schedule is such that you can make it to meetings again.
I figured with that. It's in the neighborhood.
President of the board. Thanks for joining us.
I need is another hat.
I tried. I think I saw you guys walking the other morning.
Probably.
But we were on one side of the street, you were on the other side of the street.
Yep.
Jason, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
How you been?
I've been good.
You know, the thing
You know,
will not...
Heavy,
Right, I fixed it like...
heavy
I
is the
actually
head
fixed
that
it in
wears
the car
crown,
before I walked in here,
I'm
so
glad
thank
to
you.
turn it back to you.
And I was thinking, you can't ask, you can't mention anything more than jerky, though, you know? You can't say like a Bitcoin share or anything like that.
Circle back
you
on
know?
your I'm not running comments.
Not circling back on that. Had a nice chat with Michael Maynard on one of my walks the other day.
Oh, very nice.
RCSD. What, it's not a fitted hat?
No, you don't believe that. Thank you, sir.
So you on a diet?
Yeah.
You're thinking about it.
No, I've lost 50 pounds.
Have you?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't think you were 50 pounds heavy before.
Yeah, kind of am.
How much are you trying to lose?
That was my goal. I probably could still use some more, but I wanted to give blood in honor of my dad, and I went to do it, and they wouldn't take me because my blood pressure was too high.
Wow.
So I decided I was going to do this. I've walked almost 300 miles so far and lost 50 pounds.
Wow.
And drinking a ton of water every day, about 200 ounces. So I'm like running to the bathroom all the time. But yeah, and then I was able to give blood at the Temple's Mitzvah Day. So that was the goal. Yeah. Is there a way to make it lighter in there? It feels like you can barely see people.
You can ask them. We should have a way of dimming and undimming. Yeah. It's certainly bright enough on our side.
Yeah, that is true.
Everybody here.
How about that?
And 7.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
You're welcome.
Never trust a guy that doesn't like cookies.
I love cookies.
You do?
Let's not say, I love cookies.
Just not at night? Or what's it?
I'm just not eating them.
Oh, got it.
I don't look as good as you do, so my
you're looking
body
pre-
decides how it
You're
reacts
looking pretty good.
to that stuff, so.
You ready, Josh? We're ready.
Ready.
We're good? Good. All right. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our board meeting for this evening. Mr. Mendoza, if we can have a roll call.
Director Barkey,
Here.
Director DeMarco,
Here.
Director Nidickman,
Here.
Director Steros,
Here.
and President Rip.
Here. And it's actually good to be here. So this is what it looks like on the inside of the board meetings. Nice to be back. Anyways, if everybody can please rise and join Director Barkey in the Pledge of Allegiance, that would be great.
There it is.
Please join me in honoring the great symbol of freedom. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Whenever I do people don't sit in the front seat, I remove them. All right, thank you very much. We have some presentations for this evening, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Mendoza.
First up, President Rips and members of the board, we have Orange County Sheriff Captain Gary Knutson has a number of items he wants to present, and I will follow up with some of the comments he makes and give you an update on some of the issues I'm going to bring up to you.
Okay, can you talk into the microphone? I heard, but make
How's
it
that?
easier.
I don't know. Doesn't even sound like it's drawn.
Am I on, Josh?
Now you are. Perfect. Welcome.
Good evening, gentlemen. Good evening. Thank you for having me here tonight. I do have a few things to talk about. First and foremost will just be the second quarter activity report for the Sheriff's Department for the Rossmoor area. The first page up here, again, is our chart that tracks incidents in a comparison format in comparison to last year. So if we're looking at second quarter, April, May, and June of 2022 in comparison to April, May, and June of 2021. In a nutshell, trending fairly similarly. In April, we had a total of 15 reported incidents for this year. Last year, 11. May, we had 9 incidents. Last year, 11. And in June, 14 incidents. Last year, 12. So we're plus or minus a couple each month in those categories.
Okay.
And the next page, so this is going to be April. This is a breakdown of calls for service in April. We responded to 214 calls for service. As you can see, the majority of those incidents where we responded or took reports were going to be for property theft type incidents, grand theft, property theft, and burglary, with a lot of kind of crimes of opportunity again, stuff in unlocked vehicles, property stolen from the front yard, property stolen from the porch, those types of things. So we definitely want to make sure we're securing our property to the best of our abilities. If we go to May,
Can I just ask before you jump on?
Yes, sir.
What's the story behind the battery? The bottom one. Victim was pushed off a bike and punched in the face.
yeah, on that one, it was basically a verbal confrontation about someone riding their bike in front of someone else's house, and somehow a verbal altercation occurred, and then it escalated into one subject punching the other subject. So we took a misdemeanor assault and battery report on that incident.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so in May, we responded to 343 calls for service, so a little bit busier as far as the number of calls we responded to. Again, some of the same type incidents. We did have some vehicle vandalisms that occurred. And then, again, a few burglaries, vehicle and residential burglaries that occurred. And then if we go to the next page, yeah, June. So this is kind of broken up. So you got a couple categories there for May still. Within the bottom half is going to be June. 287 calls for service, 2 grand thefts, 5 of the petty thefts, and 5 burglary incidents. Excuse me. And a vandalism, couple stolen vehicles, and a couple. We had a narcotics violation, which was self-initiated activity by the deputies, where they stopped the individual that was in possession of narcotics. And we also had one of those in May. So the deputies doing some proactive police work there. And last page, there is going to be our parking. One more page, sir. Okay. So parking citations issued. Again, we're transitioning into the enforcement for street sweeping. We had 2 regular parking citations, 0 street sweeping because we were still doing the warnings. May, 14 regular parking citations, 1 street sweeping. In June, 4, and then 0 street sweeping, total of 4 citations.
What would those parking citations be?
Those would be like parking in front of someone's driveway, maybe parking in front of a fire hydrant, parking too far from the curb. Those are just your standard type of violations, or a 72-hour violation, parking for more than 72 hours on the roadway. So that's it for the activity reports. I got a lot of stuff, so if you have questions on that,
Okay,
maybe
we
we
can
go
wait.
over that, and then I can move on to some of the
Okay,
next.
well, then let me ask you, I mean,
Yes,
there
sir.
have been a couple of, 4 or 5 by my count of residential burglary, depending on whether you count the porch pirates as a residential burglary. I read something in a neighborhood that there was a ring that you apparently apprehended. Is that correct?
We haven't apprehended anyone in a ring as of yet.
Okay.
But yeah, we're definitely have some active investigations going that
Okay.
hopefully will be fruitful soon.
Well, one of them's on my block, so I was
Yeah.
just, are these are all occupied residences, or?
To the best of my knowledge. I
okay.
mean, occupied as far as like someone's living there.
Yeah, like on our house, we recently, 2 houses have sold, so there were periods of both time where people were working on,
Right.
you know, remodeling between the old owner and the new owner. So I wondered if those are more likely targets for.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, they're occupied. I mean, someone's actively living there. Whether someone was home when the burglary took place, I don't know for sure
Okay.
on those ones.
Thank you. I do have to ask though
Yes,
about
sir.
the cheese found on the vehicle. Is that a thing?
Apparently, it was on that day. That's yeah. I don't know. Maybe someone
It's-
doesn't like cheese.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a form of vandalism, I guess, leaving slices of cheese on a vehicle.
Right.
Okay.
How about putting sticky notes all over somebody's car? Is that vandalism too?
It could be construed that way, depending on if it does any type of damage to the vehicle.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah. Right. Okay, so I'm going to move on. Okay, so here we have some message points. So the sheriff has put out a couple things, and I want to kind of just highlight some stuff here and talk about cybercrime. And it continues to threaten our businesses and residences across the state. In California in 2021, there were 67,095 reported victims of cybercrime, with a total losses of $1.2 billion. A lot of those are affecting businesses, our individual persons when they get a fraud report on their credit card. Happened to me. I apparently ordered a couple $100 worth of sandwiches in the middle of the night from 3 different sandwich shops, and I happened to check my credit card, and I'm like, this place isn't even open at midnight. Why are there sandwiches being ordered? So we just need to be cognizant of that, constantly monitoring our accounts and that type of stuff. We have a specific specialized cybercrime unit. They proactively work to solve these crimes and return funds. Through the cyber liaison officer training, the Orange County Sheriff's Department and OCIAC, which is the Orange County Intelligence Assessment Center, are helping officers to better recognize and respond to cybercrimes. So they're provide training to our field deputies, so when they respond to calls, they can better recognize this particular type of nuanced crime.
So Captain, if there's such a fraud on a credit card, I mean, usually the credit card companies have a mechanism to deal with that.
Correct.
Are you saying we should also report it to the Sheriff's Department?
It's a good idea to report it, absolutely. There may not really be anything that comes out of it investigation-wise, because you're not really losing anything. Again, the credit card is doing that, but we still want to report that as an identity theft type incident. Some of the things we want to do, we want to encourage our residents to play a active role in your own cybersecurity, maintain good email safety practices in order to prevent these malicious intrusions. Any business should utilize two-factor authentication and ensure any necessary patches and software are up to date. It's important to make sure you're updating all the stuff, even on your iPhone or your Samsung Galaxy, do those updates because that helps prevent these types of incidents. So those are some of the messages the sheriff's been putting out recently for this quarter. And I wanted to just talk on a couple things real briefly. Street sweeping and the parking enforcement. So we've been working, we changed the street sweeping days and times. So we're in the process of working with our Orange County Public Works counterparts to start the sign installation. We did already change out all the existing signs to the new signs, and we're now going to move ahead with the second phase. I believe we have a map on this.
It's later on in
That's
the
fine.
agenda, and I will cover it with them.
Okay.
Go ahead, but you can verbally.
So we're going to start putting up the signage so we can do enforcement. This is basically to make us compliant with the California Vehicle Code, which dictates what type of signage we have to have, where it has to be placed at each intersection of every street in order for us to legally enforce the street sweeping.
So right now, we've got about 12 signs, and those
Correct.
have all been replaced.
Correct.
And based on what I've read, we now are going to have to add, it's like another 400 signs in Rossmoor?
It is a substantial increase in signage, absolutely.
Why was it not necessary before, but now we have to go from 12 to, I don't know, what's the number, Joe? Is
Well,
it like 400 or
It's
something?
354, yeah.
The reason between the difference is the way we had street sweeping before was no parking, this date for this time period for the entire community. So we were only obligated by law to put the street sweeping notice signs at the entrances to the community. So it was only a few entrances to Rossmoor, so that was why we had so few signs. Okay. Now with with the change in the street sweeping, the vehicle code states that we have to place a sign at the entrance of any intersection of any street or streets, area restricted for parking for street sweeping purposes on the same day or days and hours with another street, right? Not subject to that particular parking enforcement. So anytime you turn a corner, you could go from this side of the street is your odd side numbers. You make a right-hand turn. Now that might be the even
So
side
if
numbers.
there aren't
so we're
signs,
obligated.
then technically, if somebody were to get a ticket, they could fight it and say there wasn't a sign.
Well, if there aren't signs, we're not going to issue any tickets. That's
Simple as that.
right. Because we're not going to illegally issue signs because we wouldn't be.
I mean, I don't know, Joe. What's that going to look like, 350, 400 signs in Rossmoor compared to 12 that we have now?
It's a adjustment, and I think that I've looked at other cities, and a lot of other cities have them, and even Long Beach, I think they have them every so many feet, even within the street. So it's something that is an issue, but I think people get used to it, and it's something that
So the options are, we go back to the way we used to have street sweeping, and we don't need 350 signs, or we like the alternate day street sweeping, and we're okay with 350, 400 signs.
Well, there's a third option,
What's that?
which is we simply tell the sheriff, we don't want to enforce, we don't want a ticket in Rossmoor. We have a compliance rate of over 90% right now. And maybe if we announce that loudly, more people will violate it, but I don't think so, because most people want the
Want their
front of
street sweep.
street sweep. So, I mean, I think that at least needs to be a decision. Do we have,
Is that an option,
is that an
Captain?
option?
Is which part an option?
No signs, and we don't care if you
No
enforce
signs
it.
and no ticketing.
I think the issue with that is that the county is obligated by, and I don't want to speak too much out of turn because I'm not the public works representative, but we're obligated by some federal mandate for beaches and waterways to provide street sweeping to prevent that runoff into the ocean. So if we don't have the signage, then we can't come and do the enforcement, so they can come do the street sweeping.
But we are doing the street sweeping. As I said, we've got something like 90%.
Correct.
There were 45 cars, I think, 450 cars counted everywhere in all of Rossmoor, and we've got over 7,000 cars. So that works out to less than 10% non-compliant. And people have been pretty good over the years. At least I think this is a matter that ought to be discussed by the board, assuming we have the authority to decline the county's invitation to install hundreds of street signs. I mean, I think it's at least something we ought to
I
discuss.
agree.
I think the other issue too is, and it's been brought up before, we brought it up, I know Joe's discussed this, is the sheriff's department's capacity to enforce the parking regulation in Rossmoor on Mondays and Tuesdays. So, we know that there isn't a capacity to follow the sweeper, okay, to have maybe 2 parking enforcements follow the sweeper and enforce on everybody. I believe that the parking enforcement officer that comes in, correct me if I'm wrong, comes in sporadically over the time, 8:30 to 9:30, does not know where the sweeper is, and will choose streets to enforce, even though the sweeper may have came at 8:30 or 9 o'clock, will still enforce that because the sign says till 4:30, will still enforce that sign. So that is a complaint that Joe gets all the time, and we've discussed it with you, Captain. So there's that piece too. So if our argument has been that yes, we've given this option to our residents, that now you have an option to park across the street, but now we got to see 350 signs to enforce the parking restriction that the sheriff does not have a capacity to fulfill, because they do not get out here at 8:30, follow the sweeper, and give every violator, it should be equal across Rossmoor. If you park, because you have an option, you can park across the street. That's not happening. So that's the other argument towards, why don't we hold off on putting all these 350 signs up until we kind of get a compromise with the enforcement side of it.
Right, because we're ticketing people who don't deserve to be ticketed and not ticketing people who do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And then we're gonna now litter Rossmoor with 400 signs.
Yeah.
yeah.
Joe, is Tarquin actually on, or is he just,
Yes, Tarquin is on.
does he know what the legalities of?
I don't know.
Tarquin, are you listening to this? Do you know if we can say no thank you to the enforcement so we don't have to put 400 signs in Rossmoor?
Well, the district can always, it's ultimately up to the county whether or not to install the signs, because the county controls the streets. And if the county wants to have the signs, they can have the signs. That's their legal right. However, it's not clear that if the board declined to post the signs, the county may acquiesce to that. However, as Captain Newsom stated, it would make enforcement very difficult without the proper signage on the street.
Okay. I sort of heard that.
Yeah. So we can ask them nicely, and
It's still up to them.
it's still up to them, although we could.
Well, I think,
Might
you
be
know,
something to get the supervisor involved in.
Yep.
too.
President Rips, I think what we maybe ought to do is have a communication with our supervisor and let him know what's going on and our concern. Because it seems like if the county says, yeah, you got to put in all these signs, 400 signs, and the sheriff's department doesn't have the capacity to enforce it the way we think is appropriate, what are we doing here? I mean, this doesn't seem right. So I think we should have a conversation with Supervisor Doe, get his office involved, and either, you know, the supervisors determine the budget for the sheriff's department. They have no other oversight. And And so maybe it's a budgetary issue that Sheriff's Department just doesn't have the budget to be able to enforce the way we think and is obvious to enforce. So, but anyways, I think all roads lead through the supervisor, which kind of goes back to the whole latent power argument that started this whole conversation. But nonetheless, for now, I think we should have a conversation with our supervisor. And before the signs start rolling through Rossmoor.
And Joe should get on the phone and tell Public Works to hold off until the board has
Yeah.
been able to further.
How many signs
Consider
are up, Joe?
Captain Knutson, I think we've done phase one. I think they've ordered phase two signs, if
Right.
I'm correct.
So we replaced the first phase of signs, which was 44 signs, which replaced all the previous signed area. The second phase of signs, which is looks like 111 new signs, those have been ordered. It's going to take some time, probably late September, before they're even in stock.
Okay, so we got some
Or
time.
even, and I don't even know what Public Works' timeline is to install them.
Yeah,
So there is some time to go,
okay.
for you folks to debate this. My position is, I'm here to enforce the vehicle code and the law, and
course.
the vehicle code states for in order for us to do enforcement, we got to have signs in these positions.
Have you
So
had any feedback on the issuance of warnings from the residents or others as to how?
I haven't had any feedback. I know we were issuing a lot of warnings. We did kind of just taper that off a little bit, just due to some other, priorities that the guys doing the enforcement have to do. Considering we weren't getting signs put up, it's like, okay, we're doing warnings, but warnings for what? We can't even do any enforcement right now. So maybe, as we get closer back to the actual installation of signs, we'll go through a warning period for a couple weeks where we fire up doing warnings again while the signs are being put up, or we can discuss that and figure out how we want to, roll that out. So I do know, as Mr. Mendoza said, some cities, they put signs every 10, 20 feet. We're cognizant of the fact that, we don't want signs every 10, 20 feet. We're trying to do what the minimum that we are required to do for the vehicle code, which says at every intersection, it's got to be signs, so that the person driving their vehicle and parking, when they turn or arrive on a street, they get fair notification whether they can or can't park there. So that's the way the
I know you've got to
vehicle
follow
code
the law.
is.
No, and exactly.
None of this is directed at you.
Yeah,
No, not taken that way, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's an interesting arrangement, to say the least. So.
and it's very interesting that before, with our 7 signs entering on Bradbury, I enter on Bradbury, I go all the way to Martha Ann and park, that the sign on Bradbury is enough to give me the information for the parking, but as soon as we change from odd and even, now you got to have 440 signs. That's what doesn't sit well with our board, is that the number of signs, it just doesn't make sense, whereas before we had 7. So I understand your position, I understand the vehicle code interpretation, but we just don't like the sign blight that we're going to see in Rossmoor.
Understood.
We're not looking to emulate Long Beach.
Right. Okay.
Okay, and the other thing I wanted to just bring up, a lot of the communities around the cities around in Orange County and even adjacent to Rossmoor, for example, Seal Beach and Los Alamitos, Stanton, which is a contract city with the Sheriff's Department, as you know, they've either the cities or the homeowners associations or even businesses have acquired license plate reader systems, and they're extremely useful in combating any type of criminal activity, in conducting investigations after the fact, and also preventing things with cars that are on like a watch list to type come in. So I just throw that out there for you as a point of discussion. They're very similar to, say, like if you've ever been on the toll road and you go through the booth, it takes a picture of your license plate, captures that information so they can bill you. In this case, it's designed to, capture that license plate, the vehicle type. It's linked to criminal databases through the Department of Justice, the DMV, for whether vehicles are involved in, it's a stolen vehicle involved in some type of crime. Maybe it's an amber alert, silver alert vehicle. And it allows us the ability to research that and kind of provides some missing components when we're investigating crimes, because those pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? So
Are you
there's-
recommending that?
I think it's something worthwhile looking into. I definitely
Who
have seen.
Who would pay for that?
That is the issue. So those types of things are either paid for if it's a city through the city budget, and then other areas through homeowners associations have funded them and purchased them for the homeowners association area, and then the database is shared directly with law enforcement.
And
no one else
Captain, are
has
there any
access.
privacy concerns with that?
No, because you're out in public, right? So there's no expectation of privacy when you're driving down a public roadway or in a public parking lot.
Is the license plate data information discoverable through public records requests?
That's a good question. I would say that if it's used in some type of investigation and it is pulled out and then that information is put in some type of crime report, then yeah.
And sorry to ask this, but would we have to put signage up?
No signage is required on that.
If I may, we've done some preliminary research on this, and I've had conversations with the captain, and this information is shared up and down the line in Orange County, and that they're privy to. Los Alamitos has a few up, and you can probably see them at the boulevard at Catella and Los Al, and Seal Beach has one on where, Captain? On just past St. Cloud.
They have one on Seal Beach Boulevard. I don't know exactly where it's at.
So
We
we're
have
looking at supplementing them and maybe adding a couple where it would be advantageous. And we're working with Los Al. We've talked to him. Captain has made contact. To give you an idea of the cost, they don't sell them. They lease them, and they're $2,500 a year plus a $600 installment for each one. So
Is that something you can talk to Supervisor Doe about to see if
I've
the
made
county
my
will
call
pay
there,
for it?
Yeah.
I would like
Wanna do
this
this?
topic, yeah, assuming we want to do it, I'd like this topic, just make sure that we bring it to the
Oh, we're
board
bringing it back.
before we,
I'd like to
before
hear-
we acquire the equipment.
I mean,
We discussed it in the traffic committee.
It's a matter, I think it's a policy matter for the board, whether we want to put those on.
well, also, I want the public to weigh in. I mean, conceptually, I get it, why we would do this. Just makes me a little nervous from a privacy standpoint.
I have the same concern.
We need to understand all that.
So it'll be brought back.
And that's all I have, gentlemen, unless you have any further questions for me.
Thank you. Any
Oh.
other?
I do have one more thing. I'm sorry. Late breaking news.
Sorry,
so to
you
speak.
said you were done. Sorry.
That's fine. National Night Out. So I just got it confirmed. We're actually going to partner with the city of Stanton for a National Night Out event, and it'll be August 5th at the Central Park in Stanton, which is at 10600 Western Avenue at 6 p.m. So Stanton Police Services, Unincorporated North Patrol will have representation there. County Fire will be there. There's going to be, specialized police vehicles, just like we've done in the past, a bomb squad, SWAT guys, that type of stuff. So a good community event. We'll put some more information out, but I just got it confirmed tonight, and I wanted to bring it to your attention because August is right around the corner.
I do have one additional question. As you know, the state of California, the Justice Department was breached with CCW data. Has the Sheriff's Department taken any position on that in protecting CCW data for Orange County?
Yeah, I don't have that information. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know obviously the DOJ has their own database and everything we do gets fed into that.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know what we've done on our end
Okay.
for that.
Any additional questions over here?
I had one, please. Captain, yeah, and I was writing some notes down. You might have covered it. About
You
the
think it here? It
vacation.
comes out over there? That's
Oh.
impressive.
Vacation checks, yeah. So I actually received an email from Art Remnant about a Rossmoor resident who had called up to dispatch to request a vacation check. And we're in the process of transitioning away from that being a telephone call, where it's actually there's an email address that you can send your vacation check through. It kind of helped lessen the burden on the number of phone calls coming into the dispatch center. So there's the email address up here, North Unincorporated, ocsheriff.gov. You can send that email. It's monitored by our staff, and you just need to put, your address, when you're going to be away, what you're requesting, just like before, and some contact information, preferably an emergency contact if you're out of town or especially out of the country, who we can get a hold of if need be.
Will you
And
pick
that
up
should
our
hopefully-
newspapers too?
Excuse
Just
me?
kidding.
Will we collect them?
Yeah,
Probably not. Do people get newspapers?
sure. Some people.
Some people
do.
So you'll get that on the website?
So that's a new thing, hopefully kind of streamline the process. Kind of what was happening is they would get called up there and, if you guys remember a fax machine, right? It would get faxed and, who knows the timeline, right? So this is a little more expedient, so.
Got it.
Anyway,
People should make sure their email servers are secure before emailing that information.
Yeah, it's true. Any questions?
No, I don't have.
Oh, thank you, Captain.
Thank you so much for all you're doing. Appreciate it. And
Thank you,
appreciate being here tonight. Just clarification from other directors. Do we want signs if we have compliance, if the sheriff's department is able to have compliance, or do we just not want signs and no compliance? I'm asking for a little clarification for Mike when I reach out to Supervisor Doe.
Well, we haven't taken a vote on it.
It's not an agendized item to
And it's not
discuss and to
agendized
vote.
item, so we can't. I mean,
Why don't maybe we can bring it back to the next
Yeah.
board meeting since we do have some time. And in the meantime, Joe can just do some legwork and ask the question, do we have the option of saying no thank you to
Fair enough.
signs
Okay.
and then no compliance and then no enforcement?
because frankly, where we left this based on the monthly reports was that you were talking to them about how to reduce the number of signs or eliminate the need for it, and then suddenly they've already ordered them. I had thought this was going to come back to the board to make that decision.
If we don't have the option to say no thank you on the signs, we need to revisit the idea, do we actually, first of all, we don't have that option, we need to get Doe involved to, if we're going to stick with every other and litter our neighborhood with signs, they must enforce in a way that makes sense, or that's
Right.
ridiculous.
Right. No, that's
And then
was
the
our
other
argument.
option,
That
the
was
other
our
option
argument from the
always is, I don't know that this is a good option, but it's an option, is go back to the way we used to do street sweeping, and, it's inconvenient and so forth. But I don't know, maybe residents would rather have a full day of street sweeping, not every other, versus 400 signs littered in our neighborhood. I don't know.
okay. So first and foremost, we just need to find out if we have the option.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, if DPW will listen to us if we say no thank you.
Okay. So you'll figure that out, and then next month this should be back on the agenda so we can actually have this conversation. All right. Thank you.
Couple more for you.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas.
I appreciate that. All right. Our next presentation is for Golden State Water. Are they here tonight?
Yes, we have Ken Vaccarelli from the Orange County Water District. He's our general manager. And we have a PowerPoint presentation to add to his comments.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, members of the board. Just a quick clarification. I'm Ken Vaccarelli, the general manager of the Orange County District within Golden State Water Company. So it's Golden State Water Company, Orange County District. We have 7 districts across the state, one of which is in Orange County. There's also a very large agency in Orange County that manages our basin. That's the true Orange County Water District, and I'm not their general manager, but we could talk a little bit about what that agency does for us and for our customers within the context of this presentation. I'm here before you to talk about the drought, and you'd have to be pretty far under a rock to not realize that the state is in severe to extreme drought for the most part, and that the governor has issued an executive order, and the State Water Resources Control Board has followed up with regulations that we are required to follow. So want to give a short presentation about that, the activities that have come down fairly quickly in compliance with those regulations, the impacts on our customers, and what they can do. So thank you for your time. Quick overview. We're going to talk about the current conditions that got us to where we're at. We're going to talk about something called Schedule 14.1, which Golden State Water Company, as a PUC regulated utility, is required to have this additional mechanism in place, approved by the PUC. in order to enforce and comply with the regulations related to the drought. And then again, the current impacts on our customers here in Rossmoor. Thank you. So that map is updated at the end of June, and it shows that 98% plus of the state of California is in severe to extreme to exceptional drought. The exceptional is that Horseshoe Brown area in Central Valley, where, of course, a good amount of our breadbasket is. And then the yellow and red areas are the extreme and severe. You can see a small little piece of northwestern California and southwestern California are just in moderate drought.
Ken, are there any ongoing active efforts right now to build new reservoirs to store more water?
So
Just curious.
I'll get to that at the end if you're okay with that. We'll talk about what is the situation with water supply, not just here in Orange County, but throughout California. And of course the Midwestern states, because they are interrelated. But if I fail to answer your question, I'll get back to it at the end if that's okay. So the State Water Resources Control Board is the regulatory arm of all things water resources here in California. On January 4th, they adopted emergency regulations prohibiting certain wasteful water use practices. Well, Golden State Water Company and the majority of water retailers were still pretty much supporting and enforcing prohibited activities. We were already in our stage 1 of our Schedule 14.1 before this January 4th regulation was adopted. And that's basically common sense stuff. You know, leaving a hose operating without using it, you're washing off your car, you drop it, and it's still running out to the street. You know, using water features that don't recirculate water, excessive watering that goes over sidewalks and into the streets and into the storm drains, those types of regulations, prohibitions for waste. And as of January, we weren't quite in the state that we're in because we had a fairly wet December. So we had a decent start to the water year, but then it turned south with the driest January, February, March on record. But the state knew that water resources in general across the state and across the Midwest were strained, so they were on high alert. In March, after those 3 months of terribly dry weather in what's normally our wet part of the year, the State Water Resources Control Board was told by the governor that you shall adopt strict regulations related to the drought by May. And he put that executive order in place in March. Sure enough, in May, the State Water Resources Control Board said, all water retailers shall do their part and ask their customers to conserve water by 20%. We, as a regulated utility, had to file that Schedule 14.1 for approval by the PUC in order to implement Stage 2 of our water shortage contingency plans. All major retailers that supply water have to large areas, have to file these water supply contingency plans. And for just these things, you know, in case a water supply is restricted either on a short-term or long-term basis. And basically they're ramped up efforts depending on the nature of the water supply and the severity of the shortage. So the regulations basically require that we all adopt Stage 2 or move to Stage 2 of our water supply contingency plan. And that's where we're at, Stage 2, as of January 26th, or 25th, sorry. So what does that mean for Rossmoor? Well, here in the Orange County District, our West Orange County system includes Los Alamitos, Stanton, Rossmoor, parts of Seal Beach, Cypress, all of Cypress, I'm sorry, and parts of La Palma, as well as our services to northeast portions of Orange County and Placentia, Yorba Linda, and unincorporated North Tustin Hills, an area called Cowan Heights. So all of our customers have received notice on their bills and a mailed statement regarding the implementation of stage 2 of our water supply shortage plan. And we've informed all of our customers that we need them to conserve. The state needs them to conserve and 20%. And the state has basically said utilize 2020 as a baseline for a self-allocation, essentially. So all folks will receive sort of a chart and historical use from 2020 so they can gauge where they're at in their future bills in terms of complying with that 20% conservation target. The state is requiring that we report on a monthly basis our water supply. So in other words, Golden State Water Company, like all water retailers, purchases our water to distribute it to all of our customers. Here in Rossmoor and in our entire West Orange County system, we have the benefit of a well-managed groundwater basin, and that's Orange County Water District, that agency that manages the basin. They co-op with Orange County Sanitation District, and they've invested our ratepayers and our customers' tax dollars into a very advanced recycling system. So we take a huge amount of our wastewater stream in North Orange County, and we recycle it to the point where it is nearly distilled. We add chemicals back into it, and it's injected back into the basin. And it represents about 50% of the total use every year that we pull out of that basin. About 50% of that is recharged through a community-wide recycling system. So that's why we don't have a lot of purple pipe systems in Orange County here. Purple pipe is a parallel water system in the streets. Pipes for potable drinking water and pipes for recycled water. Here we have all of that water in the same distribution system, and it's all recycled on a very large, massive basis. That is the largest treatment plant of its kind. It's located in the world. It's located in Fountain Valley. If you ever get a chance to visit that, it is currently in its third phase and final phase of expansion that will be operational in 2023. It currently produces 100 million gallons a day, fairly regularly of that distilled distilled quality of water. But most of that, again, is injected back in the basin. Regulations don't allow us to consume it in its current state. So it goes back into the basin, and Mother Nature filters it even more, adds more minerals to it, and then it's pumped out of the basin. Here in Rossmoor, we produce about 90 to 98% of the water supply comes out of that basin. The rest of our Orange County systems rely a little bit more on imported water as well, which comes from the Colorado River and the State Water Project. And again, I could talk about those systems for hours, but even the groundwater basin over years depends on precipitation from our own watershed, which is the Santa Ana River watershed. If you folks have ever been down the 91 freeway coming into Orange County from Riverside County, you can appreciate more of those management efforts from the Orange County Water District, which again, all of our customers and our tax base pays for. But they just about capture every drop of Santa Ana River possible. Not a lot gets out to the ocean, except when there's large storm events, which isn't very often. But even with that, the Orange County Water District co-ops with the Army Corps of Engineers in operations of the Prado Dam in Riverside County. In fact, Orange County Water District also manages wetlands upstream of the river, and they co-op with the Army Corps of Engineers in release rates out of the dam during storm events and during winter months. So again, spend hours on it, and you folks, if you haven't had a chance sometime, I highly encourage taking a tour of that GWRS system. It's called the Groundwater Replenishment System. Sometimes they bring you up and pull a rundo out of the upstream part of the river because it's an invasive plant that drinks an awful lot of water. Probably spent a little too much time on that, but the important parts is even though our basin is fairly healthy here in Orange County, sustainability over the years requires good watersheds to give us back some of that water. So for us in Orange County, our most valuable reservoir is beneath our feet. And in fact, in years of plenty, we can take more of that imported water when it's available and inject it into the basin through the recharge systems. And that's what helps us in years of drought. Now, South Orange County doesn't have the benefit of that basin, and they are highly more dependent on those two imported water sources. So that's kind of why we're all in this together. That map doesn't get to carve out areas of sustainability. And in fact, some folks have asked, well, why didn't the Coastal Commission approve that desal plant, in Huntington Beach? And unfortunately, even if that was operational right now, I'd be here asking our customers to conserve 20%. So the fact that this is...
Did Golden State Water support the desal plant?
We support desalinization and new water resources. We did not support or take a stand either way on that Huntington Beach desal project. There are other investments too that all of our customers could take a political stand on for some of the infrastructure that we've already paid for and continue to pay for that we're not getting water from. State Water Project, for example, this year, our allocation through Metropolitan Water District, the large state water contractor, and the agency that manages the Colorado River Aqueduct, 5% of our allocation. We pay for that water whether it's coming down the State Water Project or not. Well, I think we've been 50, 60 years of battling politically about a conveyance project around the Delta, and there's a few storms every year that could supply what we would need. The Sites Reservoir is one of those reservoirs on the State Water Project.
Since we're in this emergency drought, have they turned off pouring fresh water into the Sacramento Delta to save a 2-inch fish?
That's the point. The conveyance project, the answer is no, and that's why we can't get a conveyance project.
So we should
agreed
reduce
upon.
our water consumption by 20%
To save the fish.
But they're not reducing by 20% pouring fresh water into the Delta.
That's our politics for us, right?
Okay.
And our environmental laws. Next slide, please. Sorry. So I mentioned our Schedule 14.1. We filed with the PUC. The PUC approved that. It went into effect June 26th. And from this point forward until we either move to a higher stage or are out of the drought, we'll be continually communicating with our customers about reaching that 20% goal. Our concern is if we don't do enough, then the governor and the state are going to decide that we have to do even more. So we're hoping that, and most people do their best to try to conserve water for the rest of the state and for our future resources. Next slide, please. So the biggest impact and probably one of the biggest changes in habits right now is we're asking folks to achieve that 20% by cutting back on outdoor irrigation. We have to show a plan to the state. We have to show some method of requiring compliance, searching out compliance for conservation. So we're down to 2 days a week watering as of June 26th. And that's for automated irrigation systems, primarily residential. We've sort of on the street sweeping side, we're assigning folks with even numbers to set their timers and automated sprinklers. If their address ends in an even number, to please set them for Sunday and Wednesday.
So you're saying you can water with a hose but not automation?
But you still can't waste water, and you still shouldn't be watering with a hose even between the hottest parts of the day. So there's also prohibition on that type of water use.
What are you
But
doing to enforce
So that's a great question, and I'm not going to stand in front of you and say yes, because we don't hire the water police either. So we're asking customers to do their best to comply, so we don't have to hire water cops and then charge. That ultimately goes back on to costs that customers have to pay for. So at this point, our Schedule 14.1 allows us to ramp up surcharges on the water bill as well. So if folks don't meet their allocations, we could surcharge above and beyond the tiered rates that are currently being applied. So for example, if a monthly bill represents 30 units, so you get a 2-month bill of 60 units. Every unit it's a billing unit, and you see on your bill what those costs are. When you get into Tier 3, I'm pretty sure they're over $5 a unit. A unit of water is almost 750 gallons. It's 748 gallons. So no customers will have an allocation, no residential customers will have an allocation lower than what's considered health and human, enough water to supply the health and human side of sanitation, eight units per month, so 16 units on a 2-month bill. But the surcharges go right now in stage 2, they could be up to $2.50.
But are you required to impose those surcharges on top of the tiered rate structure?
Yes.
Director Nixman?
Oh,
They
sorry.
need to move your
I'm
mic.
sorry. You are, so you will be, I mean, you made it sound like it's up to you and you're not doing it at this time. Are you currently imposing those surcharge on top of the tiers?
We are not at this time, and we're hoping that that our customers comply, so the state doesn't say, now you will move into a more severe enforcement regime, which for us in stage 2 will be $2.50 per unit used above your allocation.
So right now, you still pay a
Tiered rates.
higher tier if you go above that number.
So you can actually be in those higher tiers and still be complying with the 20%
I've noticed.
conservation. Yeah.
But let me ask this. So you have, as I understand it, this 20% is on an individual basis. So you have 2 neighbors, and one of them in 2020 had grass lawns front and back and was massively overwatering. And the second one has drought-tolerant plants and never watered. They will have different allocations, even though they have the same size house.
That is absolutely correct. You have that absolutely correct. So how do you deal with that? Again, the one size fits all is the only compliance that we can do at this point in the amount of time that was given. Now, there's an allocation adjustment allowance, if you will, a practice, or not a practice, I'm sorry. There's a method that customers can ask for additional allocation above the 20% target from the 2020. And in some cases, folks may not have even been in their house in 2020. In some cases, they may have had more folks living with them in 2020 or vice versa. There is an allotment, I'm missing the words here, but on our website, you can request an adjustment, thank you. Doesn't mean that it's going to be granted, but in cases where someone wasn't in their home, then we take kind of an average across the neighborhood and set an allocation. Again, that doesn't respond to your point about, I may have already been using water wisely and only have 25 units per month to my neighbor's 50. Well, my cutback is 2.5 units per month. His is double, his or hers. It doesn't make it right. It's just the process that we're using. It's the process that we had to put in place, and it's
Well, the neighbor who's been conserving all along will pay more for water at an earlier point than neighbor B who has not been conserving?
not typically. So again, the tiers don't change. So right now, if you're within tier 1, you're going to stay within tier 1.
Tier
even
1 is
if-
the same for everybody.
Correct. Tier 2 is the same for everyone. Tier 3 is the same for everyone. So as you go into tier 3, into the most expensive tier, the more you use, you're still paying at the tier 3 rate. You'll be cutting back from your tier 3 charges, to meet your allocation.
But the
You're still going to be in tier 3.
potential
Surcharges would be based on individual use.
Correct. And right now, the surcharges are not being enforced, but it says in our Schedule 14.1 may be enforced. And what our intention is we'll get back out to the customers, give them updates, whether on their bill or on our website or all of the above. Our communications teams are working with Facebook and Twitter for those folks that have opted for emails and blasts and those types of things, to give them more regular updates. Now, we're still on a 2-month billing cycle. In other words, we only read your meters every 2 months for residents. So that's a long time before you can change, or before you get a notice to change your habits. So part of our messaging is how to read your own meter, what you can do just common sense wise. Again, if you hear your toilet flushing when it's not been flushed, then there's probably a leak. You should get it fixed. If you see drip, 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 if out of your faucets, if there's a way you can get somebody there to replace that washer, do that.
You had a special discount rate for monitors so people can acquire them and install them themselves.
That's a great question. So we have partnered with a third-party vendor called Flume, and we have been piloting this higher tech device that basically straps to your meter and is calibrated to be able to, with a Wi-Fi system. You have to have a Wi-Fi system at your home because it communicates through Wi-Fi with your smartphone or smart device or however you set it up. You can get real-time information about unusual use. It has an algorithm that kind of learns if you have set patterns, which sounds kind of scary to me, but it learns when it thinks you're doing your irrigation cycles, when it thinks you're doing your dishwasher or clothes washing cycles. And we've had actually both customers and employees of the district tested, and they've all been, the feedback's been pretty good. There's rebates for these devices, and I am told that the typical out-of-pocket expense to a customer after the rebate is about $24 to $25. So
It's about half price, basically. I actually purchased the Flume unit, and I had it on, and except for the fact that Spectrum's service is utterly unreliable, and the Wi-Fi keeps dying, and every time the Wi-Fi dies, you have to reset the Flume device. But when the Wi-Fi is working, it did in fact detect a slow leak in one of the toilets, had it fixed, problem went away. So
Is Golden State Water paying more from MoDOC for their water that they're purchasing on the wholesale side?
more than what? You mean because of the drought?
Yes.
So not yet, because we haven't.
So you're going to charge more to the customer, but your cost is the same.
So the state can fine us directly. They don't have to go through MoDOC or OCWD. So if we don't comply, and we're required to report as a retailer on our compliance for the 20% conservation, they can fine us directly. So it's, yeah. Now, on MoDOC's side, if we're not able to conserve our way out of a temporary situation here, and we get a great, we get a great couple of seasons of rain, everything's fine for a while again. If not, though, if we get a few more seasons of lower than average precipitation on the Sierra Nevadas, the worsening condition in the Colorado River, and our basin doesn't get enough recharge, then soon we'll be in what's called allocation from our suppliers as well. So Met will allocate that we all take less, and if we don't, they'll have a tiered system very similar to ours. The last drought, the tier was essentially 2 times the rate and 4 times the rate from the water suppliers. And that's enforced through MoDOC by coming down from Met. And Met was that agency that manages the Colorado River Aqueduct and is the state water project contractor. The Sites Reservoir, you may want to look that up, but that's one of the state water project reservoirs that could help situation out tremendously and stabilize some of that state water project water. Colorado River is the next, and that watershed's the next one.
Apart
That,
from the flume, are you offering customers any other incentives, carrots as opposed to sticks to plant drought tolerant, replace their lawn?
Great question. So the last slide, that gswater.com, is that a backslash or a forward slash? I don't, never can remember, but /conservation. That'll get our customers to a lot of great links for resources. Most of the rebates are handed down again through Metropolitan Water District to MODOC. We partner with WaterWise. We offer water audits for the customers, so if they're comfortable with providing or releasing their information, we'll give the contractor or vendor their historical water use over a certain amount of time. They'll set up an appointment with the customer, go through their sprinkler layout, the timers if they have them, the type of heads they have, even the clothes washers and other things. So there are rebate programs for more efficient toilets, more efficient washer and dryer appliances, more efficient sprinkler heads, more efficient timers. Those links will get our customers to a lot of that information. And Golden State Water Company primarily goes through third-party vendors for those programs. I think that's the last slide, but if you don't mind one more, that must be the last slide. I know we also have two construction projects in the works here in Rossmoor. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you may have about them if you'd like. We did post an update on that Rutha Lane pipeline project that started last month. It is progressing fairly well. That's good news. We did hold back on shutting down Wallingsford till the school year was over, so that the impacts on that street shutdown were reduced. Not eliminated, but reduced. So we're actually in that phase of the construction. Most of Martha Ann and Rutha Lane, most of the mains are in. We still have hydrants and services. Our contractor does. I think half of Kensington is in, maybe half of Wallingsford. Anyway, most of or a good portion of the main line is in, but we still have months to go with hydrants and services. The impact will be a smaller footprint as those things are being done, but I think the project is progressing well for the most part. I think the contractor's doing a good job.
Ken, I have a question about that project.
Sure.
So last month you came to us and told us about this project that was gonna, was it 2 months ago?
May.
So you told us that when I told you that the streets were brand new from last year, you told us that, oh, really, I didn't know that, and really you're not supposed to cut, the county has a moratorium on cutting brand new streets. Okay, so the contractor came in and cut our brand new streets. Okay, the pack back that is being laid over, is that the final?
No.
Okay, so it's going to be smooth like it was?
That's correct. Okay. Yep. Yes, sir. Sorry. Yeah, this is temporary. The pavement, it's called base pave right now. The pipelines, there's still a lot of work along those lines. There's over 227 services that need to go into each of the individual houses off that new main. The hydrants, I'm not sure what the progress is on the hydrants, but eventually when they're done with all of those points, because the services too come from inside those patched points to to each of the houses. Some are long side, some are short side. Some of those are bored through under the street. But basically it's a base pave right now. Once the project is complete, and that's not till the main is actually tested, disinfected, pressure tested, and back and in service, and we can cut off service to the old one. Then that asphalt gets ground down along with overlay on either side. So a T-cap section gets repaved to final pavement, And then even after that, because the street was slurry sealed, these mains were, I'm still wrong, well,
I would say there were miles in Rossmoor that were brand-new streets.
I absolutely agree, but these particular streets, the county has a 1-year moratorium on slurry seal and a 3-year moratorium on their reconstructed streets. My understanding is that these were slurry sealed. We will have to go back and slurry seal essentially half of the street. It's a slurry paint. It provides, about 3 more years of useful life. The good news is part of that street will also have new pavement in it under that seal. But the county's, the one that's required to enforce that, and they don't typically let us cut into a street unless it was an emergency. So that's why I answered slurry seal. I did never follow up back on that, but I can. It's very difficult to get one through the county on that, and for obvious reasons. You're right.
But for our residents, the look and feel of those roads will look like they looked when they got redone.
That's correct. You might see a difference in coloration in the new slurry seal to the year-old or year and a half old slurry seal, but that's correct. It's back in kind, and we expect they're professional pavers that do the work too. So.
And
Yes,
when's your gut feel of when this project is actually going to finish?
So judging from the progress, they are keeping up to date with their schedule. Fall of this year, so October, November, depending on the weather. I think they're going to be done and back out of the streets with that one.
Well, based on the previous part of your presentation, weather shouldn't be an issue. So
that crystal ball is not clear for me either, but I'm still doing my rain dance every day.
pretty good.
The hydrant replacement project, that second project, which impacts individual homes and to some extent maybe 1 or 2, 3 parking spaces. They shouldn't be parking in front of hydrants anyway, but to be able to replace those 39 hydrants in Rossmoor, that one may run longer through December, depending on that contractor's progress. But I believe they started in Rossmoor a week or 2 ago, so they are keeping up with their schedule too. That means they completed 11 or 12 hydrants in Los Alamitos and Cypress. You have 39 here, or we have 39 here in Rossmoor under that project.
You have 39 total hydrants?
That's
or
just for
that
this
portion?
separate project.
Okay.
That Ruth Elaine and Marianne and Kensington, that's over 2 miles of pipeline and I believe about 21, 22 additional hydrant replacements in that. So almost 20%, I think it is, of one of the board members asked how many hydrants are being replaced out of the total. I think that's almost 20% of the total in Rossmoor. And they were strategically picked both for due to maintenance issues and a flushing program that we're going to be coming back through with Rossmoor with some specialized equipment that uses the water, runs it through filters, and puts it back into hydrants. As we started that project out in Los Alamitos, these hydrants that we thought had more useful life started complaining and popping out of the streets as we were using the flushing equipment. It doesn't increase the pressure very much, but it does reverse the flow. And we were finding bolts that were getting ready, on the buried parts of the hydrant, bolts that were getting ready to give way. So we ramped up the replacement program. We prefer to get them before they break. So a lot of disruption in Rossmoor, but the good news is it's an investment in reliable water distribution system.
Before we finish, I want to ask whether there's any update on possible surplus properties.
No update on that.
Okay, thank you.
Ken, I have a question. It hasn't been come up for a while. Was some homeowners have issues with the water pressure being excessive in their house because, say, their neighbor is, throttling down their water pressure, and then that essentially increases the water pressure next door. Are you aware of any issues like that where some of the homes have higher water pressure than others and causing ruptures and stuff?
No, it's a fairly flat system out here. I don't know what your elevation changes are from the closest elevations to sea level versus the highest, but it's fairly flat out here. So the distribution system pressures maintained in the system are fairly consistent, within 10 to 15 psi. But I've never heard of anyone saying because you shut your water off, mine popped a sprinkler, increased pressure. Now I have heard that where there can be what's called transient surges if, for example, a street sweeper or someone's getting water out of a hydrant at a fairly good clip, and if they shut that valve off too fast, that can cause some transient pressure surges in the system, but those are rapid and they dissipate fairly quickly. But I've not had anyone that I'm aware of, and I can certainly check in our customer service database about any pressure concerns. But our customer service numbers available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if a customer did have any kind of problem like that, our dispatchers can have someone check. And what they'll typically do is they'll put a gauge on the hose bib with the customer's permission. They'll put a gauge on a couple of hydrants on either side and sort of compare those pressures. But unless people have pumps in their private pumps boosting their pressure in their homes, I've not heard of the situation that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions? Great. Thank you, Ken, for being here tonight. Really
Thank you for
appreciate
your
it.
time. Appreciate it.
Just a reminder, I've heard if you have your cell phones, if you can just turn them off on vibrate, however that is, that would be great. And I know all of you came to see me because I haven't been here for the last couple of meetings, so I appreciate that. But some of you might want to talk about pickleball later in the meeting. I appreciate your patience as well as we go through these presentations, which are really important for our community. So thank you for being here, and we will get to that topic soon. Mr. Mendoza, is Rick here from about Street? Okay.
President Rips, members of the board, we have with us Rick DeAnda, the operation manager for Street Sweeping Corp of America. They are our new provider.
Still having a hard time
Can you
hearing.
hear me? Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay.
You got to really talk close to it.
They are our new provider, and Rick toured the district with me about a week ago, and that's where we got our count of 400 and some cars that were impeding on the street sweeper from doing their job. And as Director Nickman pointed out, that's about 10%, which isn't too bad. And it's more of an educational thing. So Rick can speak to that, and
Yes,
I'll
good
turn it
evening.
over to him.
I'm Rick DeAnda. I'm working on the Sweeper Corporation of America. This is a new company for this area, but Sunset Property Service was sold to this new owner. I working with Sunset for 35 years, and I manage several cities. Yes, I'm working with Joe and reporting every weekend. Every service, the first and third, Monday and Tuesday. And we're gonna continue with the same equipment and with the same crew. There's no changes on the quality, and our goal is to keep the residents happy and the streets clean. Eric, the site manager, he wasn't available to show up to the meeting due to the COVID situation on one family members, but I'm here to represent the new company. And I'm waiting for the decision so we can work together with the sheriff department and start with the specific points, which street we're gonna do first, and have the routine and highlighted the maps for the drivers with the sheriffs. But we don't know when it's gonna be affected.
All your trucks have GPS, right?
That's correct. All the trucks, we use always 2 sweepers, and we had a backup sweeper. Sometimes I have to bring the 3rd sweeper in order to complete the service.
And all the trucks have cameras.
We are on the process to have the cameras on the sweepers. They had a GPS, couple has cameras, but we're working on a new system to have every single truck with the cameras.
Pretty much it.
Rick, can you speak to the impact of the cars that we counted the other day, and is it impeding on your ability to clean the streets?
Yes, every vehicle that is parked on the houses is not affecting only that house, sometimes affecting the neighbors. We need between 14 and 16 feet in front and in the back in order to bring the truck to the curb line. And if we don't sweep on that service, we have to wait a couple more weeks, and we dealing with more algae and accumulate water, and it's affecting also start the mosquitoes and that kind of situations. That's why we recommended to, if we have less vehicles, we're gonna have better quality on the streets.
Yes, sir. Do you monitor the speeds, or is there a regulator as to how fast the street sweeper can go and be effective?
That's correct. The sweepers has a alarm when they pass the 7 miles. So we have to work between 5 to 7 miles when we operate the sweeper and on the brooms. But on the conditions on this contract, we do one side. We working on 5 to 7 miles. As soon as we finish one side, we have to drop the vehicle to the other street, and at that point we move it to 15 to 20 miles max, and start again with the brooms down to start the other section. And sometimes residents get some confusion because they see the sweeper pass fast, but it's on the other side that we don't do on that day. And always I try to use the same driver. So it's complicated. When they started, they need at least 3 or 4 services in order to learn the areas. We provide maps every time, and we check the GPS with the supervisors, or have one of the supervisors doing the quality control to make sure we do every single area.
Do you do the same route on Mondays and the same route on Tuesdays, or do you start in different locations?
We do the same route Monday, but this one side on Monday and the other side on Tuesday. We had a different color maps, and it's very clear for the drivers. And it's why it's complicated. That's why we use the same crew.
And about what time, I mean, can you give us well, let's see, we're in July, so 6 months. How long does it take to do the community?
Well, we start, depends on the season, but like December, January, January, February, we do the service with 3 vehicles, and it started like 8 o'clock to 6 o'clock. Because we find a lot of accumulation. After February, March, the times reduce. So we have the sweepers here between 8:30 and 3 p.m.
That would be important data to have back to our parking enforcement, is to really have a really known duration, and whether I understand that during a rainy season or leaf drop, you're going to have a lot more debris. But if it can be narrowed by an hour or 2, that's going to be a significant improvement for our community.
Well, we had experience on different cities and working with the sheriffs. Most of the times they go in front of our sweeper, or sometimes they go behind the sweeper because sometimes they take pictures or video to have the proof there was car on that address. And if it's necessary, we send an additional truck in order to complete with the specific schedules that are posted.
Any questions over here?
So when you say sometimes you have 2 trucks and sometimes you have 3, what limits it to not having 3 trucks all the time and having it done faster?
Well, the mileage that we had on this city and the speed between 5 and 7 miles, we complete on 6.5, 7 hours job with the 2 sweepers. But sometimes if it's Santa Ana winds, we're gonna need to bring 4 sweepers.
Yeah.
But our goal is to keep the schedules and don't reschedule anything.
Rick, you might want to explain the dumping process you go through and where you have to take it and then come back, and how you lose some time doing that.
Well, the quality, and so we need to use, depends on the conditions. If it's a lot of water or debris, we need to do is very slow, sometimes 1 mile, 2 miles, or get back on reverse and do couple passes. And we take the advantage, we drop the other side with no sweeper to do sometimes curve to curve in some of the areas, especially the cul-de-sacs. But when we find one vehicle on the cul-de-sacs, it's impossible to take all the curve lines.
The parent company that bought the Sunset company, it also purchased Dixon, correct?
It's correct. They purchased Dixon, Clean Street, and couple companies on north of California and San Diego.
Is the sweeper that Dixon used in Rossmoor the same type of sweeper that is used today?
There's the same type. They had different types of sweepers, but yes, they had a 600 CNG vehicles, compressed natural gas, and it's what we bring it right here.
In terms of the effectiveness of the sweep, so the Dixon sweeper, the sweeper you use today is the same, is as effective as picking up debris and dirt as the Dixon sweeper that was used for years here. As far as you know, the effectiveness, because we're getting complaints that it's not as clean. The street is not as clean as when Dixon swept it.
Well, Dixon has different type of sweepers. We get some of the 600 because it's the model that we use for the cities, and we just keep the 600 model, which is the same that we have it on place. And this new company has a program to replace the sweepers every 10 years, and
All right.
I'm waiting for 2 more new sweepers in August, and I'm gonna use.
And one last question. You stated just a few minutes earlier that you said 8 o'clock, right? So you come in at 8 o'clock and start sweeping?
We send the drivers between 7:30, 7:20. They get here. They had a specific time to start at 8 o'clock. The sign says 8:30. I'm working with Joe regarding the school areas.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
you-
because we have to do early than that, just the school.
all right.
And that presents another issue with
Sure.
some of the homeowners around there. And I noticed the other day, and I have a call into Los Alamitos Unified. They have a sweeper. And I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I was driving by the other day, and it was a Los Alamitos Unified School District street sweeper doing around the perimeter of their school.
Really?
So I have a call into Dr. Friedman, and they're off right now, but he'll be back.
And Joe, I don't know if we've posted and the reason why I asked is it would be nice for the residents to know, you know, that the sweepers start in the north and they end in the south or whatever it is, so you can kind of time you know, hey, he's gonna start at 8 or 8:30 or 8:40 and not 2:30, especially if it's consistent, because again, in the areas that have signs right now, you may get a ticket. And Sheriff has already said that they ticket till 4:30, even though the sweeper comes by at 8:30, which is, you know, I think ridiculous. But it would be nice for the residents to know kind of like a schedule, rough schedule of, you know, 8:30 to 12 is probably when my sweeper's going to come consistently on Monday or Tuesday, or, you know, 11 to 2. Especially if we know it, especially if your guys start at the same time, pretty much, and the same location, and end roughly the same location. It would be nice to know that.
We can, I can work with Joe. We already had the routine, and I had the record, so we know which section we do between 8 and 9, 9 and 10. We can work on that and give the specific times.
All right, well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
being here.
Thank you
Appreciate
very
it.
Thanks, Rick.
All right, Mr. Mendoza, is CR&R here?
R&R is here. Standing in for Hashim Shokar, and Senior Sustainability Manager is Crystal Denning. Crystal, I want to thank you for coming out the last minute. They had a breakout of COVID in their office, and she raised her hand and stepped in, so I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your
Crystal.
patience waiting through all the other presentations.
Not a problem. I will be brief. Thank you, President, Directors. Thank you for having me here. The main focus, I will be brief, is just to give an update on where we're at in terms of the program. Just briefly to touch on why we're here, if there's any questions for anybody watching or anything. Senate Bill SB 1383, which is a state law, which does require the implementation of organics programs. So this was put into effect as of January 1st of this year. That's why we went through with rolling out the new 3-cart system program. And that's also why the county had to come back and actually redo the franchise agreements and have them updated based on this new law that went into effect in January. So it is a state requirement, and that's what we're all working towards and complying with. Next slide. What it's doing, we're transitioning. We are now moved from being a mixed waste processing program where you can just mix everything together. It's going to the 3-cart system where you have a cart for your organics waste, cart for your trash, items that would go to landfill that are not recyclable or not going to your organics cart, and then for your general recyclables as well. Next slide. And just a brief recap, we had some information that went out into the newsletter this past July. If you haven't received it yet, it will be coming out with reminders on the program, what is acceptable in the containers, the blue lid for the recycling. That seems like a small list, but there's actually a lot of items that can be placed in there. We do get questions, happy to answer some of them. To give some examples, glass. We're talking about food and beverage containers, wine bottles, beer bottles, spaghetti jars. Any type of food and beverage container that's a glass container can go on the program. Oftentimes we get questions, well, how perfectly clean does it need to be? Especially if you consider like a plastic peanut butter jar. Doesn't have to be perfect. Rinse it out. As the gentleman talked before me, we're certainly in a state of conserving water. We don't want you to waste a lot of water just to rinse out your recyclables. We just want most of the food residue gone. Paper. Beyond just regular paper, any mixed recycle paper such as mixed paper, circulars, advertisements, magazines, newspaper if people are still receiving the newspaper, all those items. Cardboard boxes for those that get delivery services at home. You know, one of the things we always like to remind you is to help conserve space in your containers, depending on how well you're participating, is to flatten your cardboard boxes. Metal. Metal seems like a very general category, but we're talking about food containers, beverage containers. So aluminum cans, you know, it could be soda cans, drink containers, beer cans, any other type of aluminum can used for beverage. Metal containers such as soup cans, food cans, pet food cans. Those are your tin cans or your bimetal cans. Those are also acceptable in the program. So I just want to give a few more examples. Those seem kind of a general category that we have out there, but there's a lot of examples, and we're certainly able to answer any other questions about those as well. I got a question, even one here in the audience, when we talk about what can and can't go in the organics container. For those of you with pets at home, we certainly want the pet waste to go into the refuse container still, your trash container. Okay, the next slide. So what we've done, over the past several months, and we just completed our last round, we've done several passes on homes to change out the container lids. So you should have at least a set of either organics, a recycling, and a trash. For some residents, we did identify if they did not have 3 carts out, or we didn't identify they had 3 carts noted in our system, we didn't see that. We were to deliver a cart out there. As we've gone through this process, there are some residents where we, even on multiple passes on their service day, carts were not placed out. So we have some direct follow-up we're going to be doing for those residents to contact them. There'll be information coming out for that. So we will reach out them directly just to make sure that they have all 3 commodities available to them. And these 3 commodities, that's part of the new standard service level. We want to make sure everybody has them available to them. And in the event anybody has concerns or they didn't receive them, we will be doing some outreach to let them know how they can make sure they can participate, and any direct outreach that we have identified where we weren't able to get those switched out for those customers. But collection starting, as we've wrapped up this, we're in the process of updating our data in our system. The source separated program collection will start the week of August 1st. So come up here in a couple of weeks. So those of you who are already participating, that are already source separating, thank you. And we appreciate it. And for those that haven't started, definitely the time to start for that week. Okay. Next slide. And just to give a little update on pricing with some of the changes in terms of inflationary, which we all hear about in the news lately. One of those also impacting the pricing at the landfill tipping fee as well. There was a price adjustment as of July 1st. So residents will receive that information in their bill, and there was a notice that went out about that as well. So your standard residential collection, which includes the 3 containers, is $21.70 a month. We do offer a senior citizen discount. It's a 10% discount off that bill. The standard collection service, you can have a variety of cart sizes. As we went through this rollout program, we defaulted to whatever size the resident had. If they needed an additional cart added, we usually defaulted either same size or a smaller size, whatever we had, what made the most sense for that commodity. But you can choose to exchange out your cart sizes. If you find you're doing better in terms of recycling, or maybe you have more cardboard boxes that you don't want to break down as much, you can certainly get a larger recycling cart if you're using a smaller one. The 3 sizes we do have available, the smallest being approximately a 35-gallon, the middle size is a 65-gallon, and the larger size is the 95-gallon. Majority of residents typically have 90 and 65-gallon. Just a reminder on all the other programs you have that's included in your service rate. We have the bulky item collection program. Call ahead to schedule for pickup of any large items. Furniture, mattresses, appliances, that's available to you. You get 3 pickups per year, or up to 4 items per pickup, no charge. Holidays come around at the end of the year. We have holiday tree collection. And of course, we continue to promote with Joe and the community any of the upcoming events that we have, such as the compost giveaway, neighborhood cleanup events, and when we have our shredding event as well.
Before you leave that slide.
Sure.
The extra cart charge, is that a monthly charge?
That is a monthly charge as well. So all the charges you see up there are actually monthly charges, but we do bill on a quarterly basis. So our most recent billing was for July 1st. That will be for July, August, and September. So we bill for 3 months.
If I want an additional cart, it's going to cost me $85 a year,
Yes.
$90 a year.
Yes, if you would like to get an additional cart.
And
This is pricing that's
the same whether it's a 90 or a 60 or.
same, it's a flat rate. The way it's structured within the pricing structure for the county, it's a flat rate.
And
So it's
is-
usually more advantageous if you're going to pay for an extra one to have a larger one available in the event you have any special occasion or party. You have some more capacity.
What's the deal on the senior citizen discount?
10% discount, contact us. We just have to document just to say, hey, you are definitely qualified to have the senior citizen discount, and we set you up on the program, receive a discount on your bill.
What is your senior age?
65.
Bingo.
And the 4 items, is that 4 items each time?
Each time.
So
Each
total
time
of 12 per
you have
year.
up to 12.
Okay, got it.
That's before any charge. I mean, you certainly can schedule above and beyond that. There is a nominal fee for that. I think it's around $33. But you do have that accessible to you year-round. Call it as you need. Call ahead prior to your service day. Pickup occurs on your service day. We just ask you to call at least a few days ahead of time to make sure we can get you scheduled.
Are you going to be doing your own separation and recycling, or are you shipping that out to somebody else?
We do handle our own separation and recycling as well.
Do the recycling of the plastic bottles?
Mhm.
Do
Yes.
you wash them or melt them down or what?
It goes through a whole entire process. So we do it on the front end process. So some of the processes you're describing is a little bit more in the back end. So our first stage is to be able to separate the material by the type. So if we're talking about plastics, it's going to be the different type of grade of plastics. Whether you hear questions, wait, what's recyclable? I didn't touch a lot on plastics, but plastics typically have a triangle symbol with a number on it. That number has been in the plastics industry. It just basically identifies what type of plastic resin it is. The most common you're going to see that's the most recyclable that you usually find around your household is your water bottles, which we all have here. Those are your number ones, your PET, usually for beverage containers. Your juice containers or your laundry detergent bottles typically might be a number 2. Also your yogurt cups and stuff like that as well. Those are all recyclable in the program. What happens once they come back to our facility, we sort it out based on commodity type. So cardboard is separated from paper, from other different paper types. Plastics are separated out. Then from then, the different types of plastic grade is separated out, depending on whether it's 1, 2s, or 3s, and the market for those. Metals are also separated from aluminum versus ferrous versus other types as well, being steel. Yep.
And then you
From there,
sterilize, or do you?
From there, the material is sorted by those different commodities. It's baled, and then we sell them. We work with several brokers and other recycling outlets and market that material.
So you don't actually do the sterilizing?
We're not necessarily doing all the sterilizing. So we're the first step in getting it ready for market, where we work with other outlets and brokers that will find buyers to be able to use that material.
Is there anything that people would think of that would go in the recycling bins that don't go? I
That's a
think you
great
mentioned
question.
like wax-coated paper or something like that.
We get that question a lot, and you don't really find too much wax-coated paper anymore. So a lot of times you find paper that maybe feel like a slick coating, but typically if you can tear it, you can put it in your recycling container.
How many?
Even mail, if you have a windowed envelope with a little plastic
Window
film in it, that's going to be
envelopes,
fine.
Fancy
Yes.
mailers that
Yeah.
are, heavy stock.
What
all
would
that
be an
stuff.
issue if it's like a bubble wrap mailer, like it's a combined packaging, which sometimes you might get in some of your home delivery services, where it's a combined plastic and paper together? That would not be. But if it's truly just a paper envelope, that's fine to be recycled.
Does that mean you have to tear the paper off the tin can?
Nope, you don't have to.
How many trucks are going to be picking up blue, green, and regular?
So the way it will be 3 passes, so it will be 3 separate passes, but it may not necessarily be 3 separate trucks. The way we have this routed, what we're looking at is we will have one truck that will be servicing all the waste collection for the service day, and then we'll have a second truck that will be servicing, one load will be for recycling, the other load will be for organics.
So what's the time? What would you estimate? I don't know what the time is for one truck to pick all 3 up, or 2 up, or 1, whatever you have out. What's the time increase?
Great question. So it may not happen all at the same time, depending on where they start and in the route. And if it's the one truck when we have that's split, one's doing a load for recycling, one's doing a load for organics, we might have recycling being picked up in the morning hours and organics in the afternoon. It's a great question. I could find out more detail. It's certainly something we can help post and work with Joe and the team, post any further information if there's any questions like that. But because we are now going to have multiple passes, timing is going to change. So if residents are used to us coming by at a certain time and it's just one pass, that will change. So if, we haven't been by, if we've only been by to pick up one commodity and maybe it's about noon, don't worry, we are going to be back. It's maybe towards the end of the day.
I noticed that, let me ask the question. Are the lids thinner than the original lids that we had on our cans from the old contract?
There are a couple of different styles out there that we've noticed. There's 2 different manufacturers. The one that we use for the containers now is Toter. The lids have been pretty much the same for them, but there's an older style cart. There's some residents who do have a slightly older style cart, and that lid might be a little bit different. It might appear to be a little bit thicker.
Yeah, because they seem to tear or rip or break. The other thing that I notice, certainly on my cans, is that the trash doesn't all fall in the truck, so that it makes a huge mess around the trash cans. It's happened several times.
Okay.
So, and it didn't seem to happen, several months ago or years ago. though. It's kind of strange that it's not making, the trash isn't making it in the truck.
I'll follow up. It's something we'll take a look at. We certainly don't want to make sure that there's litter occurring while we're collecting. That's not the.
And with the organics, no, you can't put anything in bags. It's just-
Compostable bags are fine. One of the other things we also recommend too, if you want to use some paper bags as well, be a small amount of, yep, that's acceptable as well. But compostable bags are the real thin bags. Most supermarkets are carrying them now, as I've seen in the area. Those are acceptable.
Do you have to have all 3 cans?
Yes, according to the state, yes, you do.
So the law says you have to have all 3 cans, but if you never see my blue can, no, I mean, you're not gonna know it.
I'm not going to be the trash police on you.
Well, that's not true. I think we heard in a couple of years, the law says your hauler is gonna be the trash police.
Well, there is an enforcement mechanism. That's something yet to be worked out with how the county wants to do that piece. Ultimately, the jurisdiction, the County of Orange would have the enforcement authority on how they want to implement it. Really, the main focus right now is education and participation. For those that do participate, we just don't want you to contaminate. We want you to make sure you keep things separate. We certainly want trash in the organics or in the recyclables. We want to keep those as clean as possible. But in terms of enforcement, I'm not out there going to be monitoring whether your cart's out or not. And you might not have recyclables that week.
Is CR&R gonna, looking at any programs to encourage composting or, reuse of garden organics rather than just dumping them into the blue trash can?
We certainly encourage it. I've had the question come up before where if anybody handles their own composting at home or their backyard composting, that's certainly encouraged. You can still continue with those programs. There's nothing wrong with doing that. That's one of the other things we also offer is just part of a full circle. We have the compost giveaway, so residents can be able to get some of the material that ultimately we collect, we process, that goes through that whole program. Another way to also, as we talk about water conservation, composting and using that material back in your gardening or your flower beds also helps in terms of maintaining water quality as well.
Thank you.
We lost the
We lost our president.
Crystal, for the additional carts, the extra carts, you can get those like say by a month or by a quarter as you need, and then they say essentially I don't need that can anymore, and have it collected again. Is that
We typically like you at least hold on to them about 6 months. If you feel it's going to be more of a short time use, then call us up. Maybe there's something we can do in terms of getting you scheduled and doing like a courtesy extra pickup. If it's something that's more of a minor or one time, maybe you're doing a cleanup.
okay?
It might even consider using it a bulky item as well. If it's not something you use on a regular basis, you could utilize a bulky item. But typically it's for something where you're going to have an ongoing need. Maybe you have a larger yard. You realize you need more organics collection because of your grass clippings or your yard trimmings. But you can certainly make adjustments. We bill on a quarterly basis. If you request one, it isn't working or the size isn't working, you can certainly make arrangements to exchange it or remove it. We will work with you on that. It's not a problem.
Thank you, Joe.
Crystal, just so everybody knows, we supplement the information you provided today on our website, and so does another entity within Rossmoor. How readily is all this information to our residents, and how do you disseminate it?
So there's a couple different ways. Our website, which we're actually in the process of doing some updates on now that we finalize the implementation of the lit exchange for the 3-cart program. In addition, we have the newsletter that goes out in our quarterly billing. We can use that as another tool to remind residents. We have what we've utilized through this process is kind of like what you would refer to as a robocall. So if there's any important messages or reminders we need to get out to the community, we can certainly utilize that feature as well. We're going to utilize that just as a reminder as we start the new source separated program here the week of August 1st. We'll have some reminder messages go out. So it's always good if you haven't had a chance to kind of check and confirm. Make sure you have your contact information up to date that we have for you. Sometimes people have changed from landlines to cell phone numbers as their primary number. We like to make sure that we have that information on file. So in the event we need to do any reminder messages to the residents, we have the most accurate information and they receive that message. And just other note, I've had some questions about this as well. The statement for your billing that you're going to receive in July, it's still going to say this 90-gallon trash service. It's a line item just as a general charge for your trash. We will be updating that, so I had a screenshot here just to say that on our next billing, that will be saying trash, recycling, or organics. So we're in the process of updating that on our system as well. Just make sure it's more visible, people understand, hey, wait, what does this mean? This will be updated. I just want to point that out in case there was any questions about that. Anything else I can answer for you?
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience as we
Thank you,
work through this and
Yes.
to get this program rolled out. I know it's a big change for everybody, and certainly been, we really appreciate it. We know this is a huge change, and we're here to help support this process and answer questions. I know there's going to be more as people start to participate more and have more questions, and we're here to help with that process.
Great. Well, thank you for being here tonight. Really appreciate your presentation and answering all of our questions.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Have a good evening.
Okay, so we're going to move, there are no additions to the agenda. We're going to move to public forum. Any person may address the board of directors at this time.
Are we skipping the Parks and Rec report?
Did I miss?
No, it's up.
I have that down in reports. I have that section D.
Oh, the other ones were section.
Jeffrey.
Oh, okay.
Presentations
Sorry.
and then reports. So
Sorry, it was put in the wrong place in the agenda.
no problem. Try this again. Whoops. Any person may address the board of directors at this time upon any subject within this jurisdiction of the Rossmoor Community Services District. However, any matter that requires action may be referred to staff at the discretion of the board for report and action at a subsequent board meeting. It does appear that there's a lot of people who like to speak tonight, so I'm going to ask that people limit their comments to 3 minutes. Do you have a timer on your?
I can create one.
Okay. So, Maureen Waters, you're on the top of the stack. Reverse alphabetical? I don't know.
Started at the end of the alphabet.
You were shuffling the deck, weren't you?
Yeah, exactly. I was going and going, and then
My name's
That's
Maureen
right.
Waters. I live on Walkerly Drive, and I've been a resident of Rossmoor since 1998. Like last month, I voiced my opinion that I would like a trial run of a pickleball court at Rossmoor Park. My opinion hasn't changed, but in talking with some people, I think there are some things that need to be worked out, just to keep the tennis people happy and the pickleball people happy. I don't know if there's going to be any kind of plan to put like a divider so that the pickleballs aren't flying onto the tennis court, because I don't think there's a divider in between the two courts. I could be wrong. And that I just want to stress that I know a big deal is the parking over there, but I do think that a lot of people will walk or ride their bikes if there is a pickleball court in the community. And to sum it up, I just hope we can all come together as a community and come up with a solution that makes everyone happy.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's one of those kind of evenings. All right. I apologize if I get this wrong. Steve Havstad? Havstad. Sorry about that, Steve.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Steve. I've been a Rossmoor resident since 2003. I'd like to talk briefly about pickleball in Rossmoor. There are a number of reasons why pickleball is the fastest growing sport in the country. It's very easy to learn, fantastic exercise, enjoyable by all age groups, a great way to meet more of your neighbors, and a lot of fun. And I'm not kidding about the age group thing. We played some 70-somethings the other day, and they whooped us bad. So the problem is that we have to drive to Seal Beach or Cypress to play, and that's a shame because we have these two beautiful parks, and our tennis courts are currently underutilized. I walk at Rossmoor Park almost every day, and there's always empty courts. Regarding noise, by choosing a location internal to the park and away from the streets that border the parks, we can minimize additional impact. I mean, look, the parks are filled with the happy sounds of life and people enjoying themselves, enjoying our beautiful weather. It already includes softball games, pickup basketball games, and many other activities that create noise. It's a park. It's not a nature preserve. I think the parking issue is a red herring. There's plenty of parking for the softball players and their families, for all the pickup basketball players, and all the other usual park activities. Replacing a tennis court with 4 pickleball courts is going to result in an extra 6 to 12 people. And as Maureen said, a lot of us will be able to walk or bike or carpool to the park. So I think we're talking about a handful of extra cars at any particular time. Living across from park has its pros and cons. I agree. People knew that when they bought their homes, just like the people that bought across from the schools, near the apartments and condominiums, near the freeways, or along one of the main arteries that go through our tract. Yes, we should be considerate to all our neighbors, but I'm sure we can come up with a solution that makes sense for the entire community. So to wrap it up, our parks are one of the many reasons why it's great to live in Rossmoor. They're for the enjoyment of the whole community and are filled with the sounds of people having fun and laughing and living. There is a significant and growing demand for pickleball courts in Rossmoor. We have the space, and we can be smart about where we put them. Let's meet the demand, improve our parks, and add one more reason why it's great to live in Rossmoor by finding a place for some pickleball courts. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Ralph Vartabedian.
Just a question for you, President Rips. Would you like all the comments on pickleball to occur during public forum or during the agenda item?
I think right now during public forum is the appropriate time.
Okay. I spoke last month. I don't want to repeat myself. I think that you can clearly have a pickleball function in Rossmoor. My position is that you really need to address some concerns so that it doesn't become a burden on the people surrounding wherever the pickleball courts would go. I think that our CSD has the financial resources to do this in a responsible way and locate it in a place that has parking and does not utilize homeowners' curbs as the parking lot any more than it currently exists, and it's significant already. And second, doesn't impose an acoustic burden on the entire neighborhood. I think it could be mitigated in any number of ways. I think the responsibility that our CSD has is to build it adequately and have proper acoustic engineering, and just recognize that this is a residential neighborhood park, not a regional sports facility. And I understand that you have supporters of pickleball here. I think they can be served responsibly if you take the correct approach. And my letter today requested that you form a committee to study this and get input from all of the stakeholders, and I hope you follow up on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy Tan.
Hello, my name is Jimmy Tan, and I live on Hedwick, right across from the tennis courts. So, as you might be aware, we started a petition for the opposition to the tennis court conversion to pickleball, and we, kind of surveyed and had the homeowners around the perimeter of the tennis court getting their feedback on how pickleball is going to affect them and what their thoughts were. And due to time constraints, we're only able to go one of the streets and a few houses. So a total of 16 homes were, we stopped by. And out of those 16, only 12 had owners present. And all 12 strongly opposed putting the pickleball at Rossmoor. I think that there's always going to be a bias, right? So if somebody lives around Rossmoor, they're not going to want pickleball, right? if someone lives at Rush Park, they're not going to want pickleball here at Rush Park, right? I mean, that's a given. So, the problem with the removing one of the tennis court and changing to a pickleball is I live right across the street, so I'm fully aware of how much utilization of a tennis court. I can give you an example. We were there playing tennis Sunday at 4 p.m. All the tennis courts were taken. There were 6 parties coming to each of those tennis courts asking each of those players how much longer they're going to take to play. And they were sitting on the benches waiting for the courts to open up. I mean, 2 of the tennis courts are taken by 2 of the pros, right? And there's 1 tennis court that is available, and this is for Rossmoor residents, Los Al residents, and people from outside of Rossmoor coming in. So now you're taking away basically, 50% of the court that's usually available. Because during peak hours, the 2 pros are taking it. I mean, no one wants to play in the middle of the afternoon at 1 o'clock when the full sun. So I don't think, it's accurate that the tennis courts are not utilized. They are definitely utilized. So we also started a online petition with change.org, and there's 130 or so signatures on there from Rossmoor residents as well as tennis players around the facility. Okay, so I just want to reemphasize that there's a strong opposition to putting pickleball. I mean, don't get me wrong, we all like pickleball, myself included. There's my neighbor who wants to get into pickleball.
That's the 3 minutes.
Yeah, I understand, but it has to be done correctly.
Thank you. I do have your the petition. I saw the comments and everything, so thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yep. Rob Keats.
Hey, so I'm Rob Keats. I'm originally from South Africa. If you're trying to place the accent a bit, we've been living here for 4 years now. We live in the community, and it's a great place to live. I live next to Jimmy, so I was helping him walking around, getting the signatures last night. And I'll second what he's basically said. There's a general unhappiness about and lack of support around putting pickleball there. I do want to get into pickleball. I like the sport. I need the exercise for sure. I was quite surprised this weekend when somebody showed up at the court opposite us, drawn down some lines and started playing. I didn't realize how loud it was. It's loud enough that I'm going to need to close all of my windows up and probably have my air conditioning running full time. That was only 2 people playing. I can imagine when there's 4 courts playing, it's going to be a racket, right? If I had arrived 4 years ago and heard that racket, I probably wouldn't have bought that house, frankly speaking. I was torn between the busy road, it's Hedwig Road, right, so it's quite busy already, the lack of parking around there. I was super happy that there was a park and tennis courts opposite us. It was tolerable, but I think I would have had a different decision back then if I'd heard all that pickleball noise going on in the back there. So I'm a bit concerned that there could be some detrimental impact to the value of our properties as a result. For sure, I think we should do it. I think it's a great sport. I just think we need to do it properly. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sandra Livingston.
Hello, I'm Sandra Livingston. I actually live on Baskerville, which is right next to Rossmoor Park. And I play tennis and I play pickleball. I play tennis at Rossmoor Park and I play pickleball over at Seal Beach Tennis Center. So I feel I'm in a good spot to talk about this as I do both sports probably 4 to 6 times a week combined. And I guess I don't think it's really a question now about whether we should have pickleball in Rossmoor, because I know and I respect there's going to be concerns from the tennis players, and I have my own concerns, and there's concerns from the neighbors, and I am a neighbor, and I have my own concerns. But the fact that, I don't know, I mean, Mo out there and Rachel out there, we're all playing at Seal Beach Tennis Center. I ride my bike when I play tennis at Rossmoor. We would love to be playing there. Someone said, I don't know if it was Steve, like people from 70, I've got all the young kids are playing it now, and my whole family is playing it. I've got my kids, my husband's now playing, and it's just such a great way to bring families together and communities together. Unlike like golf or tennis, you can be out in pickleball in 5 minutes and you're playing, and it's amazing. So we all agree it's a great sport. It would be great to bring it to Rossmoor. There's definitely interest, there's a need, and I think the matter, you know, the decision is not if we should, because the answer is yes, but how do we best address neighbors and tennis concerns? So just a few thoughts on that. I think as far as the tennis, there are dividers on the tennis courts right now, but they only go part way. The problem with the pickleball, whoever has played, is that the balls keep rolling over, and that's going to annoy us if we do take one of those courts at Rossmoor. So we need to get some temporary dividers up there, and maybe even while we do this sort of the test thing, if we could do that, that would really help. I also saw in the notes that you're talking about asking like the neighbors what they thought of this trial period, if you go ahead and do it, and the pickleball players. But if you could also put something out for the tennis players too, just so that they can give their comments, because the pickleball crowd's a little bit different than the tennis crowd, and I think you'll get some interesting responses. I'll just leave it at that. And, you know, we need to be cognizant and mindful of the tennis players' concerns. And also, as far as the neighbors, there's obviously going to be more noise. I have a concern about that living on Baskerville. Maybe that's something, if you have a committee here, we can do hour limitations. I don't know that there's going to be a concern with,
That's
Mike, did I go over?
3 minutes, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sue Clark.
Good evening, gentlemen. I'm here as a resident. I've been here since 1972, across from Rossmoor Park. It was not a park for those who have not lived here that long. It was to be a school. It was a field at that time, and it did have a few playground areas. Very, very rustic. So as a resident across from the park, we have seen many, many changes. We have adapted to many changes, including the softball fields that have the rust dust that I hate to say is not good for my car, not good for my health, not good for our homes. So for those people who say that the residents around the park should have realized what they were going to get when they moved there, they're in error. When we moved there, it was not such a park. It is meant to, now it is a park, which we love. I love to see the people out there and enjoying it. Rossmoor Park itself has many facilities for different sports. My question is, why would pickleball have to be brought to Rossmoor? Cypress and Seal Beach are our neighbors. I think that's close enough. The noise that it would add to our area is not good. The traffic that it would add is not good. Hedwig is a main road to and from all of the schools. So for anyone to say that traffic and parking isn't an issue, it is. I would like all of you to please take a look. If you feel that pickleball needs to be brought to Rossmoor because Cypress and Seal Beach are too far away, then why not look at Rush? Make it a pickleball court that is built accordingly to absorb the sound and to provide the safety environment that contains the balls, contains the noise, and meets the needs of those who want it. I strongly ask you to look at the fact that Rossmoor does not need to be a sports complex center. It's a park for family fun. The noise does need to be looked at. The effects that pickleball would have on the neighbors, the close neighbors, needs to be looked at. It does affect property values. Our property went down, is lower than normal because it's on a fast-moving street. Like the gentleman mentioned when they bought their house, that's our concern. It wasn't a fast, busy street when we bought the house. Okay, there's been a lot of changes. Please take into consideration those who live close to the park and will be affected by such a move as making pickleball at Rossmoor Park. It needs to be somewhere else, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Susan Kaplan?
Good evening. I'm a homeowner on Baskerville on the south side of Rossmoor Park. I'm also a tennis player, and I utilize the tennis courts. At the last RCSD meeting, about a dozen of us, tennis players and homeowners, expressed our opposition to the plan to convert one of the four tennis courts into 4 pickleball courts. And the board moved to table that issue until this board meeting. So I'm confused. Why is there a trial of pickleball now still planned for July 25th? I thought this was a time to discuss a trial of pickleball at Rossmoor Park. Plans are so underway that a USPA pickleball ambassador was asked to promote it as an inaugural. Since the last meeting, I've learned details of a failed attempt to push pickleball onto Rossmoor Park tennis courts 3 years ago. Efforts failed then when met with significant pushback. Why push it again, especially without formal discussion? Why this is a bad idea, I think I can skip over the noise factor. Others have addressed that. One thing that wasn't mentioned was that combining pickleball and tennis often causes infighting between tennis players and pickleball players playing side by side. Citing this is, or an example of this, is the tennis courts at McGaw, where pickleball players come and place chalk, and there's been fighting as an example at that one site. There's also been a traffic study that I think I'll skip by for time's sake, but it was determined that there was already overwhelming traffic and parking issues a few years ago. Adding pickleball would add more parking problems and certainly more traffic, even if some people ride their bike or walk. We asked the general manager, my husband and I, why pickleball at Rossmoor Park? And he answered it was cheaper than breaking ground for a new facility because he can just use the footprint of the tennis court. But I understand we have $1 million of reserve funds. And so why not use that money to build dedicated noise-mitigated pickleball courts at a location that doesn't antagonize the homeowners, the tennis community, and pleases the pickleball community? What purpose is there for a week-long trial? I'm told it's to establish that there's interest in...
Thank you. That's the end of the 3 minutes.
Ms. Kaplan, can I ask a quick question? You mentioned it was in the passive voice, so I wanted to make sure I understood. I think you said the U.S. people were asking, or the U.S. Pickleball Association was asked to promote this?
Yes.
Who asked?
My understanding is that Joe Mendoza asked.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight. Susan Havsfed?
Hi, my name is Susan Havstad. I've been a resident of Rossmoor for over 19 years, raised 2 sons here, and I just want to voice my support for pickleball courts here in Rossmoor. I just recently started playing pickleball about 3 months ago, and I've been having to go outside of our community to play in Cypress Seal Beach. It'd be great to have pickleball courts in Rossmoor. We have a great community here, as my husband said. And the parks are for the entire community. I do feel for the people who live around the parks. There are certain types of fencing that have been known to mitigate the sound of the pickleball playing. That could be looked into. The concerns about the tennis courts being taken up by the pros and not being available for all the people who even now want to play tennis. I guess my question there would be, well, why are they being utilized by the pros and not being available to the community at large? Maybe that's a separate issue that needs to be looked into. I think that we can accommodate both the pickleball players and the tennis players. I think it was great that we're going to have this trial period to show the community that there is much interest in pickleball in the Rossmoor community, and that any courts that can be made available or built will benefit this community greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Pedroza. You need to check and see if there's a paper down there.
Hello. My name is Victor Pedroza. I'm a resident since 1988, and I'm here just to say another side of the story. I'm representing and advocating for kids with special needs. I specifically have a kid with autism who has been benefiting from taking tennis lessons from 20 years from the coaches. He's been representing the Special Olympics. Right now we have about 5, 6, 7, or 8 kids taking lessons in tennis and Rossmoor Court. And as you know, they have special needs. They have sensory issues. One of them already represented this year and won the national tournament in Puerto Rico. And I don't know what's going to happen with those kids, because those kids will not be able to tolerate the noise of the pickleball separated by the chain fence. That's my concern. My other 2 kids are representing college on tennis and the high school here in Los Alamitos. And yes, we're a family of tennis. And I don't understand. There's 80 positions to play in Seal Beach, which is less than 3 miles away, where there's the traffic, the noise, and all that you already heard before. So I don't know. Tennis is small. The chains will not separate the noise. I don't know. And I heard about the neighbors about the distance. But what are we going to do with those special needs? Pickleball players, they're adults. They can drive. Our special need kids, they don't drive. We need to take care of them. That's my issue. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anybody on Zoom? Do we know?
If you are on Zoom and would like to speak, please unmute your mic.
I'd like to speak.
Go ahead.
My name is Rob Kaplan. I live also on Rossmoor Park on Baskerville. Sue Kaplan is my wife. And I wanted to emphasize some points that she wasn't able to get to. That the representatives from the United States Pickleball Association feel that there is no question that the interest and the excitement about having pickleball available is present, and that a trial is unnecessary to test that. But that Rossmoor Park is not the proper place for pickleball to happen in Rossmoor. That Rush Park, as has already been mentioned before, with parking already available and the chance to build the pickleball courts in a perfect acoustically safe and non-dramatic way is a huge advantage over the tight encroachment that would happen onto the tennis courts by having it on a tennis court at Rossmoor. It seems that, in looking to bring this game, to bring this sport into our community, Rush Park is a much more ideal place for it than Rossmoor is.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else on Zoom would like to speak?
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here? Thank you very much for everybody who shared tonight. Really appreciate your input.
President Rips, I think there was a letter. The letter was given to me. I can read it or you can read it.
Is that, I mean, I received many emails. Are you supposed to read all this?
Right? We just add it to the record?
Okay. Add it to the record.
I mean, yeah, I mean.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah. All right, so we received a letter and I received several emails that we'll add to the record. Yep, okay.
Petition as well.
Yeah, I have that. I mean, it's all here. Yep, okay. Right. So we're going to move forward with reports to the board. We're going to start with our quarterly Parks and Facilities Maintenance Report. I assume, Joe, that you're going to be giving that report at this point?
Yes, O'Mara was here. I dismissed him since the meeting was going so long, and he has to be here early in the morning. So,
There will
President
be an
Rips, members of the
agendized
board.
item that some people may want to stay.
Oh, just for your information, item D5, which many of you noted on your note card, is an agendized item where we can actually have discussion and comments about this. So that is coming up at the end of these reports. Just FYI, if you want to stick around.
Okay. I will make this brief. O'Mara oversees our district's maintenance and our landscaping practices. And I would just want to compliment him. I'm sorry he's not here. I just want to go over maybe 4 areas that this last quarter that significantly impacted our district in a positive way. One is he updated the swings at both Rush Park and Rossmoor Park and installed new hardware and swings. He purchased 3 new irrigation controllers, and that seems kind of simple with the irrigation controller. Well, our irrigation controllers were outdated, and you had to run a whole cycle in order to water the park. These new irrigation controllers were able to isolate certain areas and control the time. So if an area is looking, dry and the grass is, dying out, we can hit that harder than we would a drought tolerant planter area. So we didn't have that ability before. Cost us a few bucks, but it's going to be worth the water savings and the impact it have on the park. As you can see, we're a little dry. I hope to see a significant change coming up. That was part of the SOA's report that we got back from the Brightview, who did a comparison of what our practices were, and we were able to add that. Damaged playground equipment at Rossmoor Park was replaced, and rubberized surfacing was repaired. Staff painted all walkway lights, and they're still in the process of doing that. And because some of them are rusting out and looking kind of bad, so it'll have a direct impact on the aesthetics of the park. And then if you go to the report, you'll see what we do on a monthly, daily, and quarterly basis. And I want to compliment O'Mara. We just had CPR training, and all our defibs are up to date, and just a lot of little things like that. We have fire extinguisher training coming up next month, and so we have a good plan intact, and I'm proud of the way he's controlling our district and making it look good.
Thank you. Any questions to Joe via O'Mara or O'Mara via Joe?
Joe, I think last quarter we had some issues with water usage and a leak and just overall some issues there. Has that all been addressed?
Yes. Yeah.
And Joe, so we're also going to be held to 2020 water usage?
No. We aren't held to that level. in good conscience, we're making an effort, and we're cutting back about 10, 15%, but no.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move on to item D2, which is the monthly traffic safety update.
President Rips, members of the board, our last traffic committee meeting was held on June 27th. We covered a number of items that I'll just briefly go over. One is we just installed those 2 permanent radar speed signs on Montecito and St. Cloud. Really proud of that. It took a good, year to work through Orange County Public Works and to put those up. We're monitoring those. I think they're effective. We're gonna, it's hard to find out if they are, but there are other areas that I would like to take a look at in the future after we have some time with these. So I want to thank Public Works. This was COVID time, and they were shorthanded, and it took a while to get the equipment and installed. On May 21st, we had our bicycle safety event here at the park, and I want to thank CHP for coming out and doing that. We're planning another one in the future. Officer Musselman did a great job. We recently collaborated with the city of Los Alamitos on the license plate reader cameras, and I know the sheriff was very, conservative on how he was reporting out, how effective they were, and what the issue was with those 2 cases that they're working on, but they are effective, and they did get some good information. The big item on our meeting was the committee talked about developing a presentation regarding an ordinance for future parking issues in Rossmoor. Of course, I think we're all aware that the Montecito corridor is a concern. There are concerns regarding trash and debris left out, and people parking late at night, and the noise level and how it's affecting those residents along Montecito across from the townhomes and the condominiums. Just to let you know, this isn't something that's going to happen overnight. It's a huge undertaking. We do not have control over our streets. The Orange County does, and it's going to take some campaigning, much like it did with the street sweeping issue. So what we came together on was Kevin Pierce submitted a draft proposal of a parking restriction ordinance, and we're in the process of massaging that and bringing it back to a meeting later this month with the traffic committee, and hopefully report out to the board in August. I think Director Ciro's and Director DeMarco might want to add some information that I'm kind of cursoring over, but bottom line is we're working on it. We have looked at ordinances surrounding cities, Seal Beach, Sunset Beach, City of Los Alamitos, Cerritos, Los Angeles County, and we're comparing notes, and we're drawing a draft up that we're going to be looking at. And if you would want to ad lib.
Sure. So we talked extensively on the Montecito issue, and I don't know, 3-4 months ago, you had asked maybe we could get a draft by this meeting. Well, we have a draft. The whole committee hasn't looked at it yet. Right. Kevin came up with it, and really the documents that Kevin produced, I certainly like the Los Alamitos resolution that passed. It might have been 20 years ago, where they have a area of restricted parking. And just the layout of it, it was a 2-page ordinance, so I kind of fixated on that. We talked about there were other areas that have, some of them in cities, that have restricted parking areas within their jurisdiction. So Kevin's wife, Tracy, went ahead and copied that document. It was just a copy, put it in Word, and sent it to me, and I put it in a Google Doc, and so and that just happened over the weekend. So now we have a draft. Remember, we were talking about a draft. So we have a draft that the traffic committee will now discuss and work with, and hopefully we'll agendize this next month, and you guys can see the inner workings. And we talked again extensively on we need community support. This is going to be a long haul. Don't know if we're going to be successful, but certainly we know that there is a problem with parking. There's a problem with parking along the Montecito corridor, Bradbury corridor. So we have a document. So it was a very good meeting. So if Director Searles wants to add anything, hopefully you guys can see it next month, and we're going to talk about it at the end of this month again with another committee meeting.
Right, and I would add that with Captain Knutson was here earlier, and we were talking about street sweeping and ticketing, and so his presence helps there. He's able to give us some guidance as to what we should be looking at. It doesn't it doesn't take much. There are 7 of us there, and we have 7 different experiences, and so it is a little bit of work, to say the least, and so we're getting it moving forward. I don't have anything more to say on that. I did want to mention one of the things in the report from the meeting was about the e-bike safety and what's going on there. Officer Musselman is very aware to the community, and honestly, if you're coming here to talk about pickleball or tennis, then you're a concerned resident, and I'm sure you're experiencing, especially if you're by the park, you're seeing these e-bikes flying around the park. Officer Musselman, implores everyone to give a call to the CHP and let them know of the unsafe e-bike activity, because then he has a reason to come out and sit and do stops. If there isn't anything in the dispatch side of issues, he doesn't have a reason to come out and sit over at Hedwig and stop anyone on an e-bike and say, let's give a educational moment. If he doesn't have a reason to be out here, he's going to be on the 405 or somewhere else, often covering someone else's location. So I thought that was really important. He's looking for ways to help us, but we have to help him. He needs that, kind of political pressure to say, we need that resource here. Come, let us know what, I can do to help you. So I just thought that was very important. And the meetings are always helpful. To have Captain Knutson and Officer Musselman being able to have a dialogue and educating us on this stuff is great.
Yep.
So to close up, we are meeting on Thursday, July 28th to review the ordinance, the draft ordinance. And we're also putting together a brief video of the impact that it surrounds that area. So it'll be a visual in order for us to move forward with the supervisor or with Orange County Public Works.
So, go ahead.
I assume Tarquin's going to be taking a look at this draft ordinance?
You know what? So we talked about that. It's up to us, but I think before we start spending money on an attorney looking at the draft, it's really like the structure. What do we want it to do? I mean, what? So we just talked about, is this all of Rossmoor? Is it, I say like there's possible 3 zones. Is it just this tight zone where the real problem is? So in my opinion, until we have what we want, we have resident support, certainly the residents that it will impact. Why do we need an attorney to write up an ordinance?
Well, you're calling it a draft ordinance. If
Well,
what
then
it really is
it's
a bullet point memo listing the things that you want, then
Yeah.
I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
Before we start presenting it to the supervisor or anybody, I would assume we would have.
Yeah, and again, you're going to see it next month. So we can decide what to name it then. I took Kevin just copied an ordinance, so that's why I'm saying draft ordinance.
Okay. Thank you.
Is it ultimately that the ordinance and also the license plate reader come back here for us to have that conversation?
Certainly. And we discussed the license plate reader, and there was, concerns about who's going to look at that. The same concerns, I believe Director Barkey asked, there was a resident who's on our committee had those concerns, who's gonna look at that and, so we are definitely, is gonna be a slow process. A lot of jurisdictions are adding these plate readers, so I don't know all of the information in terms of who's privy to that, how it becomes public. So yes, this is a or an ad hoc from this board, so everything's gonna come back to this board, so. But it's been very good discussion. There's as you can see in the report, it's a long report. We talked about a lot of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, by all means.
Thank you both very much. Any other questions? Great. All right, thank you. Let's move on to, I don't know how much we have, but a street sweeping update, item D3.
Thank you, President Rip, members of the board. I believe we covered this issue during the presentations and when Rick Deanda addressed the board and from the new street sweeping company, SCA, Sweeping Corp of America. However, I heard you, and I will definitely get a hold of Public Works in the morning. It was a direction that this moved forward because there was no other options, but I will make sure of that, and I will get back to the board. They did, as far as I know, they are in the process, I don't know how far they are in the process, of ordering that second phase, the 111 sign. And that means posts too, the metal posts. So,
Well, he said those have actually been ordered, but they're not going to be in until late September,
so
and then there's an installation
I don't know
process.
if the order, how far along the order is and all that, so I'll double check.
Before they put any money down.
Right.
Like this. Slow the process down.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good call. It would be nice to know what our options are if we do have an option, and if we.
The way it was presented to me was we had no option.
Okay.
But we'll take a deeper look.
I mean, I would like to know not just their opinion, but if there's a legal opinion on whether we have options or not. Right? They could say, no, you don't have an option, but I'd like somebody externally to analyze that.
Well, the option you're asking, I believe, is do we have the ability to say we do not want to be ticketed?
Do they have the discretion not to post the signs? Or is there some law somewhere telling them they must?
Yeah. Okay.
If they have the discretion, whether or not we have the jurisdiction, we can at least ask them nicely and have the supervisor ask them nicely to do it. And unlike the sheriff, DPW is directly under the supervisor's budgetary control.
But I think it also leads us to, right, if they have to, right, then, well, what's the next step of accountability, right, and enforcement, and then if you have to do it, then you have to enforce.
And as Director Barkey says, apparently the only other alternative is to reverse course, and I'm not sure anybody wants to do that.
Yeah.
But then, there's questions of, do you have to put a brand new metal post in, or can you put it on a street light? Does it, if it's, he mentioned so many feet. If a street light is 20 feet and it has to be 15 feet, does that mean you can't write a ticket? So there's things like that, it's the sign blight, but it's the post blight, is the vertical blight in Rossmoor, times 440 or whatever the number is.
Yeah.
And I don't think, jurisdictions ask that question, or certainly residents don't ask that question, they just.
That question was asked, and yes, they do need to post
Exactly 10 feet within, or they can't write a ticket?
An individual sign, they can't use an existing. But I'll get some more clarification.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to item D4, general elections.
Thank you, President Rips, members of the board. I believe, yes, we do have that up on the screen. This is the condensed calendar for the upcoming November 8th election. I just want to let everybody know that we do have an election coming up. There is a calendar to direct us on how to prepare for it. If somebody's interested in running for a position, the nomination papers declaration commences on July 18th, and the last date of file is August 12th. I will be putting this up on our website. I do have an appointment with the News Enterprise to make sure that this is well publicized. So if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. We have, I think it's general knowledge, we have 2 seats that are coming up.
Yeah, there are 2 seats. One will be open in case anybody missed my announcement last month. I will not be seeking reelection, so encourage all Rossmoor citizens to run. Hope we have a good election. But Dr. Barkey just reminded me, my recollection is that if the incumbent does not run, there's an additional period after August 12th, unless they've changed the law. And I don't know if Tarquin knows that, but August 12th, I thought, was the deadline, where there's an incumbent running, and then there's an additional extension. So,
I'm unaware of that. I will check, though.
okay, it was 4 years ago, but
Tarquin, are you on?
Yes, Director Barkey, I am on.
is that still the law?
So if the incumbent doesn't run, doesn't it extend the filing deadline for an additional, I can't remember how long, 2 weeks?
I believe that's the case, but I need to check because it's been a while since I've looked at it.
That would be with the registrar of voters. They should have that information.
In any event, yeah, don't wait till the last minute. You can you can register starting later this, or take out your papers starting later this week.
July 18th,
Yeah.
coming up.
What's today, the 12th? So next Monday.
All right, any other questions? Comments? All right, we're going to move on to item D5. I know nobody wants to discuss this item, but what the heck? Update on pickleball.
President Rips, members of the board, as you recall, we were directed, or the staff was directed to do a trial pickleball, practice session, and we picked the end of this month to put up a few courts on Court 1 in order to test the sound. Basically, the big issue is the sound, and the other second issue is how it would relate to the other tennis players that are, playing adjacent to it. We did contact the Seal Beach Tennis Center. I've directed Chris to make that contact. We have a meeting tomorrow with Gary Rogers. I think that's their pro over there for the pickleball pro. He does, I believe Gary lives here in Rossmoor, and we just wanted his expertise on either providing it the whole day, certain sessions. We want to make sure that we had enough players to test out the courts in order to making a judgment and evaluation. So we have ordered 4 portable pickleball nets and some lines that won't tear up our courts. They're not taped, so the concern is when you lay tape down and you pull it back up, you're going to peel off some of your surface. So we do plan on doing this at the end of the month. We do want to make sure we have enough players to test the courts, and we would definitely let the neighbors know. And this is a trial program. We're not, we're not making any judgments until we listen and we see and we're able to evaluate the impact. The budgetary considerations on making one tennis court into 4 pickleball courts is approximately $12,000. The other, in order to build a court, is $25,000, but that's without light. So there is an advantage of using an existing court, of course, because it already has the surface and the lighting.
Build a court where, Joe? Like, you mean like at Rush or somewhere?
Anywhere.
Only $25,000?
They're building a court right now. If you can go by there, I went over there and looked. Before I left the city of Cerritos, I had built one at Liberty Park, and they used it for years, and it's so popular now. They're in the process of building one right now.
But would that would just be one court, like 4 pickleball courts?
One court.
Just one pickleball court, not a tennis court where there's 4, but
we might be able to squeeze. I don't know how many would squeeze on.
Well, you say here you're adding 4 new pickleball courts. That's
to one tennis court.
One tennis court.
Okay.
So you're talking about the 25,000 is one pickleball court.
I'd have to measure it out.
Well, I would think there would be a at that point, you wouldn't add just one pickleball.
you would have-
court.
you would-
No, that'd be silly.
That would be
You would
silly.
make it
I mean, you'd have
quadrant.
all the upfront costs.
Okay.
And does that include things like acoustic fencing and that kind of thing?
Okay, well, you wouldn't build it without
So,
acoustic.
and it
fencing.
doesn't include light, so.
Or lights?
Yeah, this is just a basic, I'm just.
Well, because if you built it like right behind our administration building here, you'd have some sound buffering
Potentially.
by the wall as
Yeah.
well as everything else. But, I mean, I'm not a site.
Can we get a,
We'd have to get an architect.
can we get you mean at least a ballpark estimate if we
This
put,
is-
but it's for one court.
Right.
You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, we can get a ballpark.
I mean, what would it cost to put
The-
in?
The whole point of doing the feasibility study at Rossmoor Park, I believe the board understood that it's just a test, just a sound test and
Right.
an impact test.
You've got a decibel reader there, so you can judge the noise.
No. We could, but I mean, it's gonna be pretty evident if it's it's gonna impact the neighbors or not.
My watch will do it.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it's pretty easy and cheap to buy or rent I mean, you want something more than, gee, it was noisy. We all know that pickleball is
And not-
extremely noisy and not just noisy.
And that it was not noisy, two people playing, but if there's 4 courts, what if you have 8 people or 12 people playing all at the same time?
Right, that's why we,
I mean. the
Can I just,
neighbors-
excuse me for a second. I want to hear your comments, but at appropriate time, I need you to come to the microphone so we can all hear them. I'm literally hard of hearing. I know you're talking and they're probably valuable comments, but if you could just wait and then come up, that would be great.
Yeah, we would, no, I mean, I can tell you, my position right now is if this board thinks that we have a sufficient demand to build pickleball courts, we ought to do it right and not take away the tennis courts that, from my own experience, I think are actively used. I mean, they may not be used every afternoon, particularly during the summer, but I doubt that pickleball courts will be either during that period. They're going to have the same demands that the pickleball courts are going to have the same demands tennis do, which is they're going to be busier on weekends and in evening hours. So if we're going to do it, we should do it right. I'm not convinced there's a demand, and in that way, you've really tainted the study, because in my view, part of the question was there a demand for pickleball? And now you've gone and said, we're going to advertise it and talk to the U.S. Pickleball Association to make sure there's people there. I'm not really happy with that, frankly, but, and it is what it is now, but we definitely ought to do accurate noise testing so we have real numbers to come back to the board with.
We know there's a demand.
Well, we know there's some demand, but that doesn't mean we should be dragging people in from all over Southern California just to play on a pickleball.
Of course not, but
But
ultimately, you can advertise that we're doing a trial. That's not going to gauge the demand.
So, Joe,
it's gonna
did that occur,
exaggerate
Joe? Did that occur?
did what occur?
That we're advertising this in the state of
Well, I-
California that we're starting pickleball?
I've never had a conversation with Mr. Rogers. I've just set up a meeting for tomorrow.
Okay.
Letting them know what Chris let him know what we're thinking about doing.
Okay, well, yeah, I wouldn't advertise, I mean, I think if part of it is whether there is a demand in Rossmoor. It's been well advertised, and if nobody comes out, we have the answer to our question. And if, there's lines down the block, we have a different answer. But, by the way, Mr. Rogers, my client has spoken to him extensively, and he will give you a lot of good information about the effects of pickleball courts on noise and the number of neighborhoods that have objected to it and issues like that. Maybe I'll send some of these documents I have to the board on studies. As I mentioned, I represent a client down in Rancho Santa Fe, which is, their lots are quite a bit larger than Rossmoor lots. They're several acres. My client's on at least a 4-acre property, and his neighbors installed a pickleball court, and he can't have his windows open from several acres away because he hears that pickleball noise. And it's not just that it's loud, it's also high pitched and it's constant. Never mind the talking. So he was concerned enough about it to hire me and talk about his legal options. A number of cities have, put a kibosh on it, but there are also a number of acoustic measures you can take to minimize the noise as much as possible. You build acoustic fencing, which is not cheap. You build a soft surface instead of a concrete hard surface like they're going to be using on the tennis, and you use special rackets and special balls, and those will significantly reduce the noise.
And it's badminton.
It's not badminton, no, but it's more like
I know, I'm being sarcastic.
a hard rubber ball rather than a hard plastic ball, the difference in noise. So, I mean, there are a lot of things you can do. They're not cheap, but again, if we're going to do this, we want to do it so that.
So what are you, Director Neckerman, what are you suggesting then during this week to gain information on this trial run? Do you think we need like a certified decibel reader person consultant to come out, or just have a decibel reader?
I think a decibel reader would be sufficient, and we're not trying to spend a lot of money during this initial study. I think if we get down to the point where we're going to build something, then we want to make sure we consult with experts and build something that will not be a burden on the community.
Versus convert.
Right.
Joe, is there a way to sign up for, because again, I hear your concerns that, maybe you don't have enough folks. Is there anything
No.
online?
I don't think my concern isn't whether we have enough folks, and I want to make it clear that we're just taking board direction here. We'll do whatever the board dictates, but the reason to go to, that we went to the COB Tennis Center is we know there's a lot of Rossmoor residents over there. So the question to Mr. Rogers tomorrow is going to be, can you promote it with our Rossmoor residents in order to get them to fill the courts in order to test the sound? That's the process.
And just, I can see in the agenda, there's actually, if you want to register, you can call the RCSD offices.
Yeah, we will.
Beginning on Monday.
Yeah, but we're trying to determine, do we do the whole day? Do we do 10 to 12, 2 to 4, 4 to 6, and do some certain testing times on each day? So we're trying to determine that, and that's what we're doing tomorrow with Mr. Rogers, to see what he thinks would be the best time to test the sound and have enough people out there to get a good.
I guess then I would change that and say that we should be asking our residents when are they going to be there to play pickleball, rather than asking someone else. When do you think would be?
That's the problem. How do you know what residents to contact to do that? That's
Well,
what,
we got to use social media. We've got to reach out to our residents. I mean, we know, Mr. Marshall, who's previously emailed the board, is a big supporter of pickleball and came and spoke. We had Maureen. We have people here speaking.
Sure.
So let them tell you when they could come and play, rather than fishing for people who want to play. We already have some people who are interested, and they probably can coordinate. Right?
That's exactly what we're doing. Those are the people that are playing at Rossmoor. So that's the people I'm trying to make contact with. And I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
There are many residents that go play
Right, no, I
every day
understand.
at Seal Beach, so I don't think it's going to be a problem.
I understand, but I also think that there are people who are playing at Cypress who aren't going to be at the Steel Beach that would want to come, and actually they're going to meet people from Rossmoor that they didn't even know were playing pickleball in Steel Beach. And so I think it should be broader than just going over to Steel Beach, because and that's also one facility versus the one down at First Street, where there's also another group of Rossmoor.
I completely understand, and if you give us some direction, we'll do it. But the whole point was just to get some people on the court.
Yeah.
To test the sound. That's all. With no.
I just don't want it to be that we didn't have. It appears that there isn't participation because we only sought a certain crowd to come to the testing, when I think making the courts available would just be a joy to so many people already. So.
Yeah. And Joe, what's the time to be determined. So you're going to post the time, or is
Yes, we're-
Monday, July 25th?
Yeah.
What?
This week, tomorrow, we're determining what time.
Okay.
That we will be advertising.
Okay.
And tonight, if the board says, hey, open them from 8 in the morning till 10 at night, we can do that. I mean, but
You know, in my opinion, Joe, you've done this for so many years. You've managed parks with LA County and everything. I would say you're more than qualified to determine what time you want to start and end this, but I'm only one board member, but I would say that would be up to you.
Joe, just taking a little sidestep for a moment, I'm just curious where, if at all, you are in the process of finding this park usage consultant to create a strategic vision for our parks as we move forward.
I added the money in the budget to do that, and once we get through the budget, I have a couple of consultants that I'm looking at that I've already made a list of.
Because I actually ultimately feel like we need that person as part of this process. Because I do actually feel like there is enough desire to have pickleball here within Rossmoor. The question is how to make it happen within the long-range plan of our parks, and where is the best place to do that. And I'm okay with doing this test, but I think it more importantly is what is ultimately our vision for the parks, and where does pickleball fit in with everything else. And I feel like that bringing that person on board, which we did budget for to help us through that process, is something that I think that we need through this process. So I mean, if we want to move forward with the test, I think it's fine. I do think we have enough. And everybody, I don't think anybody here said, no, we don't want pickleball. On either side. We're talking about sort of what the challenges are if we do put pickleball one place or the other. And I feel like bringing that person in who's an expert, I know that you're really well-rounded in this, but bringing somebody and paying them to help us create that strategic vision for our parks, I think is something that we need to do.
Just to clarify, we're not married to the test. We're just, doing what the board directs us to do.
Absolutely, I understand. I do understand.
You wanna hold off on it? You want to move forward? That's up to the.
I mean, for me personally, I think I have enough information to know that we want pickleball here in Rossmoor. Where or how, I'm unclear. I don't know if I'm going to have any more evidence or information by doing a test for 3 days to give me that information. I think for me, having somebody to sit with us and really create that strategic vision is what's going to help me identify the location, and then really what we need to do to make that happen, whether it's the soundproofing or whatever those pieces are. And then let's figure it out and budget it and make it happen the right way. I think that Dr. Barkey said that. Let's do it the right way, and I agree with that.
This test isn't going to determine demand for the reasons already stated, but Joe, the RHA RCSD group that was going to be that was working on a survey, wasn't that how we were going to try and partially gauge demand
There was a question if in that
One of the
survey.
There was going to be a question on that. I don't know when we're going to have another meeting, but we were going to try and gauge demand for that and for other services, which dovetails nicely with the idea of getting somebody to, in terms of long-range planning. We also want to know what our residents want. So, I mean, that would be, I don't see that the test at this point is going to gauge demand. It was going to be a noise test, but if you're going to do a noise test, hell, you could just go over to the Seal Beach courts and measure those and get your numbers, and then we don't have to spend anything or annoy anybody.
So I think we're moving in the right direction, right? I think we need to do this, but I think we have to figure out what's the right way to do it. And so
I guess we should ask Joe's question. Is there a need, a desire on the board to
Can I ask a
go ahead with the
simple
test?
question first? How much did you say the temporary equipment is that you've?
Oh, it's not much. We probably purchased 4 portable courts. We probably spent about $300. So
$300? Okay.
And we could use those on the blacktop out here if we want.
No, I mean, because honestly, I get this temporary for noise, but I'd actually like to. I mean, we're not going to have pickleball facilities no matter what we decide anytime soon, and I wouldn't mind seeing sometime, 1 day or 2 days a week dedicated to pickleball versus it all tennis. And that's just, where I'm at with this. And if you're saying we can put out these courts for Tuesdays and Fridays for pickleball, and we make it available to the community, that might be worth doing. And I mean, I know there's the noise, there's the parking, there's all kinds of things, but it's a real life trial, as opposed to this 4-day or 3-day thing isn't quite going to be, everyone's going to say it was tainted by this or that. Whereas if we do the other system where there's, everybody knows the days. We have a tennis court reservation system. It might become necessary that everybody uses the tennis court reservation system, and we're getting the revenues. We evaluate, are we getting enough money from the pros who use the facility, because they're definitely taking up time that other residents who want to play tennis aren't getting those courts. So, we have to have that full conversation. I know we kind of got to that at the end of last meeting, was there isn't a lot of discussion about whether the rate for the pros is significant enough to justify the inconvenience it is to everybody else playing tennis. So, just because it is here in the agenda, I would just say I'd like to see pickleball actually dedicated to a trial, and not for noise purposes alone, but just youth enjoyment, and then, because in my mind, it's almost an unfair conversation we have here, because we have years and decades of tennis players in the community saying, I use it, and then somebody else says, but I would use pickleball, and it's like, well, that's not the same. Well, it's already unfair because they have an institutional setup here where we have tennis courts already. So I just think it'd be nice to see how many people would use pickleball before we even build a facility. And I think the only way you can do that is to dedicate days of it.
Is that even feasible, to put them up and put them down 2 days a week or 3 days a week? Because you have to stripe them.
We'd use some portable markers that they could use. But the whole concept here was that, if I remember correctly, was that we were going to test one court for it, and the whole issue was noise. I think we know there's people that want to play, and I think that's not a question, but it's what impact you're going to have on the community around that park. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if court one is far enough that it's not going to echo and make be unlivable. But that's like I said. It was.
So is that the information that we'll receive on this 3-day trial? Is just
I would
really
think,
this
yeah.
versus
You could hear it clearly across the street, or you couldn't. As I said.
I think you're going to hear it across the street. But I think you hear people grunt a bit tennis too across the street. I think when there's, playing basketball, you hear that across the street too.
The Rossmoor Park.
It's a different quality of sound.
I understood.
Yeah.
So let's hear it.
Okay.
So let's hear it.
But I think one 3-day trial is one thing. People put up with noise all the time when their neighbors are, remodeling, and as opposed to an ongoing kind of burden. So that's why I said I don't oppose the trial test, but I think
It's not going to be perfect. I agree, but
I'm not sure it's going to tell us a lot.
You're going to have this, so you'll have this trial, a handful of people are going to play. The same folks that are coming up that live near the park that don't want pickleball there, you think they're going to come back and say, just kidding, it was fantastic. You guys are good to go? Of course not. They're going to hear this new noise. It's going to be bothersome. Part of the problem with the trial is it's not really a real trial. We're not putting up any acoustic fencing. We're putting artificial lines and tapes on it. Probably less people that would normally play if you had dedicated time. They got used to it. It was an actual court as opposed to a taped off court. So I'm not opposed to the trial. It's just, next month when we come back and we've had 3 days of trial and they come back and say, told you so, it sucks, what have we now learned?
I am skeptical that we will have any new information as a result of the trial, which is why I wanted the decibel reader. I thought we asked at the last meeting to get a count of reservations for the tennis courts, daily reservations for the tennis courts, so we have an idea of at least how many people sign up every day.
Well, during peak time especially, because not too many people are playing in the middle of the day.
To deal with the usage question.
There's a decibel meter on anybody's new iPhone that's fairly accurate, so you could take your iPhone over there.
I don't have an
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I'm not.
You're one of 30% that doesn't have an iPhone.
I'm the other part of the 30%.
Okay, very good. So Joe can take his iPhone over there.
Yeah. Before we continue, I know that there was some comments here that I couldn't hear before, and I don't know which one of you was making them, but if you just want to come up and make the other additional comments, we're not.
And also, by the way, a temporary pickleball court that only a few people use, it's not addressing Ralph's concern, for example, that there's going to be a parking burden. We just don't know that.
Thank you very much for letting me. I'll address the discussion you had. You can have a decibel. I have a decibel reader. I've used it in traffic issues in the past. And I know, I'm not an expert, but I know that an acoustic reading is going to depend on the ambient noise at the time it's taken. So if there's a lot of traffic noise on Hedwig, it's going to be less of a noise burden that the homeowners will hear. If it's a quiet period,
So we have a band playing when the pickleball is going on. It's perfect.
Yeah, just have a band playing in the park, a marching band. We won't complain about the pickleball at all. I do worry about how you evaluate whatever decibel reading there is. How do you judge how would Joe or the board judge what's an acceptable level of noise versus what we would say, whether we say, hey, it's great, bring it on. And then the other issue is, I like the idea that you're recruiting people because we want to see what the maximum usage would produce in terms of noise. So I don't mind, and I think you're all right that there is going to be a demand, and maybe the demand will grow once you put the pickleball courts in, rather than, because people will find out they're there and they'll say, hey, it's a cheap sport to adopt because the paddles are cheap and the balls are cheap and all that. So I'm not opposed to the test, but I don't know that how you will evaluate. There's no criteria at this point for you to evaluate it. So I don't think it's just going to be an opinion at this point, just like our opinion. So that's what I wanted to say. Thanks. And one other thing. When Director Nidickman was at RHA, in fact, when he was the president, we passed a resolution asking RCSD to do a park evaluation study of who uses the park and what facilities are most utilized and who's utilizing them, whether it's Rossmoor residents or people from outside the community. I don't think that was ever done in an effective way, and we still don't.
Clearly, Mark wasn't an effective president of RHA then.
Well, we bumped it over to the RCSD.
That's right.
At that time, clearly.
I still think it's interesting. I think a lot of the people who use tennis courts, who use the basketball courts, come in and you see them drive right out when they're finished. You can see them drive right down Hedwig, take a left at Wallingford, and they're headed outside the community. And that's okay. I know they're citizens of the country. They have the public court. We can use them, but I think we want to favor our investments to address the needs of Rossmoor first. So I don't know how this will factor in.
Well, since you mentioned my name, Ralph, I thought that was a good idea when I was wearing the RHA hat, and wait a minute, here it is. I still think it's a good idea.
Okay.
So we have. Joe has used some of the surveys, from people like at the family fun days and the movies in the park to gather information of who's enjoying those facilities, of those events, and where they're from, et cetera. It's not a scientific survey, but I think that's a good idea, and I encourage. I think we should be doing that, because I've repeatedly said the communication has to be two ways. It's one thing for RCSD to get its ideas out about using the parks, but it's important that we get the feedback from a broad cross section of the people who actually use the parks, and also those who don't, if there are facilities that we're missing and that's why they're not using the park. You know, what are those facilities? And that's something that we were, as I said, we were talking about with the RCSD joint effort. But I think that's something we could do a better job of in terms of getting that information.
Thanks for letting me make.
Yep, thank you.
Do we need a motion to move this?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure,
I think it's just a.
Rob,
a
did you have
report.
anything? Okay, all right, great. So I think it's a motion needed to go proceed with the 3-day trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mendoza?
There's some more comments.
There's some more.
I'm gonna, and then,
Just Kaplan.
yeah. Her husband used to kill me in Basketball Weekly.
Yeah, thank you for letting me speak. I did want to clarify that my understanding is the other pickleball ambassador, the one who represents Seal Beach, is the one who was approached about advertising, and she was going to send out a blast email to pickleball players throughout the entire of Orange County. So just want to clarify that. Also,
I'm just for our clarification, who are you saying reached out to her?
Joe Mendoza.
Oh, yes, let me comment on that, if I may. I think that was Marilyn.
Yeah.
I think Marilyn's a Rossmoor resident, I believe.
No, she's not.
No, Marilyn approached us years ago, and I had her phone number, so I called her to ask who over at Seal Beach the racquetball court do I contact? Because we were interested in doing a trial run. So we have a meeting tomorrow with Gary Rogers. But at no time did we ask Marilyn to put anything out.
Well, that is not what she told me, but
I don't want to get into he said,
yeah,
she said, and
we
Mr.
shouldn't
Mendoza's
probably
here.
get
and
into
yes,
that, but that was not my understanding from what she told me she understood. But I'm still scratching my head as to why we have to go along with this trial. It's a week long, as I understand it.
That should be determined.
It can be as long as we want it to be.
Okay, well, the way that
Or as short
it
as we
was
want it to be.
understood, it was a week long, but
Monday through
whatever. I'm
Thursday,
still
according to-
scratching my head as to why bother. We know pickleball
Well,
is
that's
loud.
what we're discussing, is why bother?
And that's what I'd like to have some input on. We already know it's loud. We already know that there's interest. So I would propose that we abort it and that instead we think about the right way to bring pickleball to the community of Rossmoor. I think if you put pickleball courts at Rossmoor Park, it's going to be hard to take away. You put them there and then people will want to continue and say, oh, okay, we can mark this up with some tape or some chalk. It's already happening. They're already coming to the tennis courts and taking up.
They're coming to the basketball courts too.
So
Softball
if
fields.
the trial is
Play
is
pickleball.
something that you feel is important to pursue, why not do it at a place where in the long term, pickleball may have a home? With the proper engineering and design, you can build pickleball, you have pickleball courts.
Oh, I think you answered that specific question. We don't have another specific location to do a test. We'd have
That's
to.
what I wanted to address.
I think it's, I hear what you're saying, but I think it's fair for the board to want to, in addition to having all the information and feedback tonight, to actually get some empirical evidence to see with our own eyes and with our staff's eyes what the traffic issue is, what the interaction is between the tennis players and the pickleball players, what the sound is with our own, sound. Yeah,
Again,
whatever the doohickey thing is.
I think if there's
I think it's a fair thing that the board does it. And I think to have a finite time to do a test as part of our investigation and part of our understanding is a reasonable part of this process.
But who's going to determine the outcome?
Well, at the end of the day, and I think it's a fair question of how it's being evaluated, this board is going to determine the outcome and the direction with feedback as we're doing all the time. But I think it's a fair process, and it's a fair part of the process and a reasonable part of the process to have a test as part of it.
There's other people that want to speak too, Jeffrey, and I think
Okay.
you should, for public comment, you should continue to limit to 3 minutes. We can be here all night otherwise.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And if we,
Thanks.
if we do a trial, I think it's reasonable to. We ought to consider at least one of those days being on the weekend as well.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was the last two comments, and then we're going to continue. So I'm going to go here, and then I'll come back to you. Victor, right? Yeah.
I know you guys are trying to do a trial. That's great. I'm a physician. When I read journals,
I'm sorry, you're what?
I'm a physician, and when I read journals, I like to compare apples with apples and be sure that everything is good. So I just wanna, when you guys do the trial, I wanna be sure besides the noise outside, check with the coaches that they are teaching the students if they are listening the things, because in tennis you need to listen. You're paying $70-$80 per hour, and if you're going to be distracted, besides my point about their special needs kids are going to be like looking all over, and us that, you know, personally, that I've been paying for 20 years lessons for me and for my 3 kids, I don't know where my money is going to go. So I wanted that to be also part of the issue on the trial, not just the noise outside, but the noise inside and how people are responding to that. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. And then Susan, I think last comment.
Okay, I have a few comments. First, about the reservation system, even now for the tennis courts, it's kind of unclear as to whether or not you actually have to reserve and pay, or if you can just go there and show up, and if the card is open, start playing. And then if someone then comes and says, oh, well, I did have a reservation, how do you prove that they really did have a reservation, just don't want to take over your court?
I don't know the answer to that.
So that's something that would need to also be addressed if we go with a reservation for pickleball, or if we make temporary courts for pickleball and people want to come play, do they know that if they come play, if the court's open, they can take it for like an hour, or maybe someone would have had it reserved? Anyway, that's something that I think is not clear on the website.
To address the tennis reservation system, if you as an individual wants to make a reservation, you can make a reservation, and it's posted up on our electronic board on our window there at the park, and it shows each court, and your name would be there for that time.
Okay.
So that if it's vacant, then it's just drop in play.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's not clear on there, so that may be preventing people from using the courts who don't understand the system. Maybe it can be made more clear. Okay, the second part is, I agree with Director Searles, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. I don't know how long it's going to take for us to do, or the board, the community, to do studies to see where would be the best place to put dedicated pickleball courts, how long that's going to take. In the meantime, isn't it possible for us to share the existing tennis courts? I see that, yeah, tennis players say that maybe there's not enough for them. Well, right now, all of us pickleball players have to go outside of this community to play. It seems like we should be able to share the court. And I really like the idea of even maybe just a few days of dedicated time. That would be great. And as for traffic, why is it all on the pickleball players, like it's our fault if we have new traffic? Well, first of all, that just, even by people acknowledging that there may be more traffic, that just proves the point of how popular pickleball is. Even possibly more popular than tennis, because people are saying there's going to be so much more traffic. Well, there should be traffic already for tennis players. If you think there's going to be even more for pickleball players, that just shows that there's that much more popularity. But regardless, why is it all on the pickleball players, like it's all our fault for the traffic, when there's softball and other people using the parks for various other reasons. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
That's perfect. 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all for joining that conversation. I'm just going to ask if any of the directors have any final comments before we move forward with either a vote or not.
Yeah, I think we should do a trial, limited, and it should include at least one weekend day, understanding that it's going to bring us limited data, but data nonetheless, and then we can continue the conversation.
I'm not convinced it's going to give us any new information. I'm not sure what that limited data is that it's going to give us. But as long as it's a very limited trial, you know, maybe it'll give us a little more information than we don't have. I just don't know what that is. I suppose if we get accurate acoustic readings, we would have some, you know, some data points we don't have now. But I think everything else has already been said.
Okay, thank you.
You know, I support the trial. I support just the use. I like the last comment about sharing facilities. That's just as I feel for the community, that we share all our facilities.
Yeah. I think there's a huge demand in Rossmoor for pickleball. Certainly understand the opposition, but I would be in favor of a trial, and I agree with Dr. Barkey that if we can fit in a Saturday in this trial week, like July 25th, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and maybe a Saturday, or one Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a Saturday, it would probably help on the demand side, but I just want to see, I want to go there and just see the activity and see the noise and see what problems there may be on this trial run.
How about a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday? You have consecutive days. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You have consecutive days, and you have weekend day and middle of the week. Something like that.
Yeah, I'm fine with those days. One of the things I would like, Joe, is that the days that we pick, the week preceding, that you allocate and dedicate a staff person to go out and act the week before, not the week of, and do hard count of the cars that are parked around the street and in the parking area, hard count of how many people are on the courts and in the basketball courts, and do it like every half hour or whatever, so that we have some other data that we could have just comparing one week to the other, and also just the usage on the tennis courts.
Why not do then a whole week of pickleball, Monday through Sunday?
This seems excessive. I mean, given the, as you said, the likelihood of limited information, why do an entire week? What is it going to tell you that 4 days didn't tell you?
Different activities that go on different days of the week.
What are your thoughts, Joe, on the length of time?
I'm torn between doing sessions, 9 to 12, 3 to 6, and
You want to do it if it's part of the day, you want the entire day. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm after my conversation with Mr. Rogers tomorrow, I think I have a better feel, but personally, my thought is we want to be there, and we want staff there, and I would think that we do sessions, 9 to 12, like I said, or 9 to 11, 1 to 3, 4 to 6, and vary it throughout the week.
Oh,
And
I see.
The whole, again, I understand what Director Cyril says, but I think it's the same. It's going to be those people that are playing in Cypress, Steel Beach, whatever. They're pickleball players. And most of them will be residents. I would imagine we're going to get the word out to the residents. That's the goal. And it's just a matter of hearing and watching and seeing how it relates to the tennis player next door, and what kind of impact we're going to have. I have, played pickleball. I've seen it. I've been down to Seal Beach over there by the jetty, and they have a tennis court and a pickleball court adjacent back to back with each other. Pickleball court used to the max. Tennis court vacant. I mean, I don't know if they're not playing because they don't like the noise of the pickleball, or if the tennis is isn't as popular right now. But down there, and there I haven't. They're across the street. They're a little distant from any resident, so I don't know what the impact there is.
I mean, whatever Joe decides in terms of picking the times during the day, I do think Director Rip's suggestion is important. If you want to get a baseline, so apples to apples. So if you are going to do it 4 days for 4 hours a day or 6 hours a day, you want to measure those same times so we have apples to apples.
So
Acoustically, too.
I got a question here. This is reports to the board. This is an update on pickleball. And Joe's update is he's going to do a trial run specified in our agenda. Why do we need to vote on this?
Well, what Joe asked for, recommendation is discuss the information, provide, and approve the pickleball trial program. I had the same question.
So I'll move that we do the trial run on the specified dates as general manager laid out in our agenda. And
Does that include a weekend, Tony?
It does not.
no, it does not. I would stick to, I'm going to leave it in Joe Mendoza's hand, who is highly qualified. He's the one that takes all the calls, but my motion is to approve what it says in our agenda, which is July 25th through July 28th, and we do a trial.
Why don't you give him discretion to alter that as he sees fit based on his discussion with this Roger guy?
I would give him leeway to move those dates, move those times. Again, I don't know exactly, how did he exactly say it? It's his specified time were those days, but.
He didn't specify time. So
Okay, so to be determined, it's up to our general manager.
The only thing I would ask for is a maximum of 4 days. He asked for 4 days. We give him 4 days. If he wants to make them Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, Wednesday, that's fine.
All right, I'll amend my motion to maximum of 4 days. But again, I want to stress that it's going to be in the hands of our, I like that week, but it's still in the hands of our general manager. I'm just approving, or my motion is to accept the recommendation from general manager to do a test run that week, a maximum of 4 days.
That sounds fair, but that'll be at the discretion of Joe.
Yeah.
Sure. It's a reasonable suggestion.
Yep.
Okay, I'll second Tony's motion.
Discussion.
Yeah, I personally would like to include that, the motion to include the preceding week that we do baseline testing.
I think the fact that, if you want it in the motion, that's fine, but I think the fact that you being president of the board is asking general manager to do that, I would imagine he's going to do it.
Agreed and understand, but I think in terms of the community and understanding what we're trying to do, I think it's important that they actually see it as part of the motion.
So, again, amend my motion to include
If you,
a audit of activity at Rossmoor Park the week prior to the test run of the pickleball court.
during the times that are going to be used.
Sure, during the times that you designate as the test times.
Dr. Barker, you have to second his amendment.
Second your amendment. Second my second.
Are there any other additional comments or questions? And we have a call for the,
I think it's just, we don't need a roll call, right?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? abstentions? Mr. Mendoza, you understand where we're going? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody who participated in the conversation, and we are absolutely asking for the conversation not to end tonight. You clearly know, many of you already emailed me and emailed other board members. You know how to talk to Mr. Mendoza. So please, let's keep the conversation going about this and everything else Rossmoor related. So thank you. Doesn't mean you have to go.
Yeah, there's an exciting budget discussion later tonight or early tomorrow morning.
You want a minute? They can leave and you can use the.
Oh, yeah, thank you. We're going to take a moment break since even though there's a drought, my water filtration system is working appropriately.
Does the phrase TMI mean anything to you?
You good? All right. We are back in session. We are now on item, sorry, I was scrolling down. I apologize, everybody. We are on,
All right.
where the heck am I? E1A, it is the minutes. We have to approve the minutes for the June 14th board meeting. I was not present there, so I will not be voting. I'll be abstaining from this vote.
Move approval?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Aye. Passes 401. We are now moving to the, I think it's the expense. May revenue and expenditure report, Mr. Mendoza.
It's a consent calendar
No, no,
item, right?
consent.
E2?
I didn't see anywhere where it said consent. I apologize.
Really?
Did I miss consent?
Not
We just
necessarily.
removed the
It's on the
minutes because you
agenda.
weren't.
Yeah, back on page 4, but not on page 39.
Oh, way up in the top. Sorry. Okay, so I apologize. I'm scrolling down. I'm going through the whole thing and not on the agenda. Okay. We are on. All right, so it's consent agenda. The only other item left on the consent agenda is the revenue and expenditure report.
Move approval?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We are on public hearing for fiscal year budget, final budget 22-2023. Mr. Mendoza. Now I'm scrolling all the way back to the budget.
Okay. President Riff, members of the board, we also have Ken Poon, our accountant, is on the line to answer any questions, but this is our annual budget approval process. We are in line with the approval calendar that we have to live by, and we're right on target with approving this tonight and moving forward with our budget. So tonight, I'm asking you to open the public hearing for 22-23 proposed final budget. Receive the fiscal year 22-23 proposed final budget presentation. Take public testimony, close the public hearing, deliberate, and approve the fiscal year 22-23 proposed budget with any amendments you may have. Attached tonight, we have the notice of the hearing that was properly noticed in the paper, and the attachment also has June 14th agenda item F1 with all the attachments. So basically, it's the same agenda report that we presented last month, and I apologize for the mishap with the posting, and that's why we're here tonight doing this final reading. So with that, we are putting before you a proposed balanced budget. One of the budgets that is a consideration is a 7% COLA, the other one's a 4% COLA, or whatever the board decides to amend those by. In addition, there was a survey. I did do some cursory calls today, and a couple of cities, La Palma, did a 3-year contract of 15%, I believe, no, 16% over 3 years. So accordingly, it's 4, 5, and 4 or something like that they were giving their employees over the next 3 years. And City of Cerritos altered theirs to a 3%, and for, I believe, management, and I think 4% for non-management. So those were the only additional updates regarding that survey. If I may, the revenue, there are some areas that I want to highlight that were altered based on usage. One is tennis. Coincidentally, our tennis numbers are way up. To give you a kind of a conceptual idea of how the pros bring in money, they average anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000 a month, $2,000 to $2,500 each, depending on the month and depending on the flow of lessons. And then the other portion is brought in by reservations, of course. Majority of the use is walk-on use. We are bringing in about 70 to 75 a year now. Before, It was down to 20 for a while there.
Joe, let me just interrupt. So of the pros, how much money do we take in from the pros?
Anywhere, so if you average it out, 4,000 to 5,000 a month, anywhere from $40,000 to $50,000, depending on the year. I would say 45 would be a good average.
Of the 70,
Of
75?
the 70, yeah. Ball field revenue was up because of the extra use that the girls softball is using over Rossmoor Park, and the fact that the flag football league is using Rush Park. Building revenue has been increased. Montecito Center is being heavily used. In our tax apportionment, we are increasing by 5% based on historical increases, and we do have a meeting coming up with the assessor's office that will be given Director Nittickman and Director Ripp, President Ripp, a overview of how the assessment is made and how we are receiving our increments. So the expenditures, I have to correct myself. There was an election expenditure, and I'm budgeting $8,000. President Ripp had asked me to look into that, and I did. My first initial reaction was there was no cost to run the election because I'd called the wrong office. I think immediately after I gave you that notice that you guys were, supposed to re-up your election process and all that stuff, I called that office. This is a whole different entity. This is the people that run the elections. It's based on a percentage. It's based on numbers. It's based on how many copies they have to make of the election ballots, all kind of different items that add up to the potential of 8 or more or less. They don't know yet.
So is this put back in now?
Yes.
Because it was in and it was out, and now it's back in.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did increase the expense for increased janitorial services by 5%. We increased the rates for water costs. We increased the rates for landscaping based on our agreement, our contractor agreement, and we passed on we're going to be passing on the transaction charges for our credit cards to the user. So the significant expenditure increases from original 21-22 budget is $42,800. Then you see the cost of living and the impact it has there. And like I said, I have Ken Poon on the line. He's able to answer any questions you may have, but we are requesting some direction and approval of a final budget tonight.
Just from a procedural standpoint, first of all, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Do we literally have to do something to open public hearing? Is there like a step that I need to take? It says open the public hearing for the fiscal year.
Well, just like any one of our agenda reports, yeah. Like you did with the tennis agenda, you opened it for any comment. Yeah.
So right now,
no, you have to say, I'm opening the public hearing.
Thank you. I'm opening public hearing for the fiscal year 2022-2023 proposed final budget. At this point, we've basically received the proposed final budget and had a presentation from our general manager. Thank you. I know our accounting consultant is on the line as well. Okay, just wanted to see if there's any public testimony or questions, and we've gotten a no from that, so thank you for that. Do I close public hearing before we, is that now? Okay, so thank you for, I'm assuming, is there anybody on Zoom before I do that? I don't want to exclude them, I just can't see.
Now that I've misinformed you, we actually had opened the public hearing and had continued it.
Oh, that's right.
So maybe I guess you probably reopened the public hearing was what you said.
It's been open for a month.
Yeah.
Oh, well, yes, got it. Okay, so I've reopened this public hearing, and?
Anybody on Zoom have anything to say on this?
Okay, great. So then I'm closing public hearing, and we will now have a discussion amongst and deliberate amongst the board members. If I have that wrong, I apologize. So I know that this the board has discussed this, I think, twice in my absence. So, yeah, are there questions or comments? I think that there was. I see that we are proposed two different COLAs, one a 4% and one a 7%, and I think that has been a conversation or a discussion amongst the board.
Yes. That's one issue. A second issue was raised by, I think, Director DeMarco, that maybe we make it a one-time bonus rather than adding it to the salary base. So those are the two issues. Is it 4 versus 7 or somewhere in between? And what else, and should it be added to the salary or some kind of bonus?
And I'll even add a third now.
Okay.
I think historically it's been anywhere from 2 to 4 in the last, years that I've been on the board. So maybe even that and an additional bonus on top of that. So there's like 3 approaches. It's just, President Rips, you haven't been here last minute, so you and Director Nidickman had the budget meeting, so you haven't had a chance to talk to us about why you landed on the 7%. Why was it 7%? And so I would like to, hear your thoughts on that from probably 3 months ago when you had the meeting, right?
Got it. Yes.
Yeah. So, and that's been really the discussion in the budget, although every month we've had questions about, we had a discussion with other aspects of the budget, so it was a good discussion, but that's been kind of the...
Yeah. I thought I answered that last time, which was we looked at the CPI for 2021, and the official government numbers said it was 7%, 7.0 even. But Director Rips, if you want to...
So, that's the basis of where it's coming from. The reason why on top of that, I think that is the right direction to go for the district. There are a few reasons. One is, even with that, and even with either the 4 or the 7, we're not even just presenting a balanced budget. We're actually presenting a budget that is revenue positive. So we're coming out ahead and we're utilizing district funds in an appropriate manner. Secondly, I think that we as a district, as a board, don't always unify on a lot. But one thing it seems that we are all very passionate about is what we are producing in the parks for our community and the big events that have been growing year after year. And so what we have been asking of our staff is not the same as it was in 2 years ago as it is now, as it will be probably in the future, because I think we all have the same vision and desire to continue to create more community events for the members of Rossmoor, for the residents. And I know that a lot of this is from the vision of Mr. Mendoza, but it takes the team to actually have to make this happen. And with all the new the increased, what he just talked about in terms of the fields and the reservations and things like that, we are asking our staff to do more, which I think is appropriate, but I also think it's appropriate that we pay them for doing what we're doing. Lastly, and it's hard to, I don't know what the other cities are doing. I know he mentioned Cerritos. We have no liabilities. We're not offering any retirement for our staff. It's not something that we are doing that I think we should be doing. And in light of not doing that, I think being able to compensate our staff in a little bit higher manner, I think is appropriate and is something that I absolutely support. I do not think, and I've heard this before, that this becomes potentially precedent setting and, what does that look like? And I don't think it's precedent setting. I think we look at every year, we do what we can that's right for the year. And even with this modest increase, and I think you can see by the budget, it's only $8,000. It's actually $7,600, I think, from the district, which is, and you divide that up amongst all the staff, it's not a lot that they're actually getting to as an increase, which I think is valuable for them, shows that we value them, but it also means that we are, as a district, are producing more, and I think that's important. So those are the reasons why I support and promote the 7% versus the 4%, and I'm not looking to do 4% and a bonus. I think they deserve to have their base move up higher, and then next year we look at whatever it is that we need to do from there.
7%. go back to that $7,000 number.
If you look at the budget that's being presented, and it's on page, sorry, 34 of the thing, or 59, I think it's 59, depending on how you're looking at it.
Yeah, 62 and 63 of our.
Well, I don't know, I'm looking here at 59 on my iPad, I don't know, but basically you can see in the far right-hand column.
What's the page number on the bottom of the page?
63.
53?
She is 63, I have 59 on mine, I don't know why.
62 and 63, right?
Okay.
Is 35,492, and with a 4%, and with a 7%, it's 43.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back and say that I'm looking at page 59, which I believe is the total budget that's being presented. And if you look at the far right-hand columns, one includes a 7%, unless I'm looking at this wrong.
You're right.
Yeah, you're right.
One includes a 7%, and one includes a 4%, and it's the bottom line of 20,494 with the 7%, and a bottom line of 29 or 28. I can't read it.
No, it's backwards.
I can't.
4% says 29,000 and change, and the 7% says 20,000 and change.
Right. Well, that makes sense because the 7% means we have more expense, so our total at the end is going to be lower.
Oh, I see.
And the 4% is a less expense, so our total is going to be higher. So the difference, though, is about $7,600 towards the district, and divided by all the employees, it's not a lot of money. And this shows that the district is being fiscally responsible. We're not even budgeting a zero budget, a balanced budget. We are budgeting that we're going to have revenue over expenses, that we're going to be in the black, inclusive of the additional 3%.
You're assuming the revenues will be there?
That's what we do all the time. We assume whether it's zero raise or 2% raise, we're assuming that the revenues are going to be there.
But this year, this is different right now.
It's not different.
It's very different. We've got like 10% inflation rate. We've got gas at $6.50 a gallon. We've got economic disaster ahead that some people are predicting, and it's uncertain times.
You know, a budget is always a tool, and it's a guide.
Yes, it is.
And so, I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm sharing with you why I support the 7%, why I think it's important for our staff, why I think it's important for our community, and I mean, clearly there was enough discussion for this to come back twice, now a third time.
Well, it was deferred last time purposely because you weren't here.
Yeah.
Right. So, there you go.
If I could add a comment about the present, is the last item in our agenda tonight is about two positions that are open, and it's beyond frustrating, I think, to the community that we don't have the communications we need. And I think if it were that same $7,000 was making up for the lack in communications we have with the community, then I would fully support it. And so I'm going to support the 7% because I think it increases our chances of filling these two positions that I think we desperately need right now. We're not operating as a board and as a district effectively enough for what I think we need to be doing in communication and other areas. So,
Joe, why aren't those positions filled?
The AP/receptionist position is being filled tomorrow. They're coming in to be processed, and I'm still trying to set up interviews. We went on ZipRecruiter for.
Are you talking to your mic more? I'm having trouble hearing.
We went on ZipRecruiter for the administrative assistant, and I did not get good qualified candidates. There's 2 or 3 people I'm still looking at and have to call them and set up an interview. But one candidate I was really high on. When I made the contact and told her how much it was, she declined it.
Mm-hmm. It's a tough job market right now.
Yeah.
Did you tell her the range or the?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's a tough. You're absolutely right. It's happening everywhere. Tough time to fill.
And the other clerk position?
Tomorrow, they're coming in to be processed.
And are they coming in at mid-range or?
They're coming in at Yeah, the $22 an hour, I think it was, or something like that.
That low?
Yeah.
I can't
I
remember.
forget, yeah, but they're coming in at,
That's the account clerk position?
yes, sir, yeah,
They're coming in at 22,
yep,
which is the top of the,
right.
Joe, you gave us some comparatives, like Cerritos, or, can't remember what you said. Are these municipalities that are unionized?
Yes, and, of course, their benefits are, they have retirement. And,
Yeah.
Like, for instance, Cerritos this year got a 4%, but they also got lifetime, eye care and dental.
And they're the city of Cerritos.
Yeah.
you offered the account clerk top of the range, was that?
Talking to your mic, Mark.
Sorry. You gave the account clerk top of the range, because we had a range, you had a range in the ad, you gave it, and is that because that's what it took? Is that what they were making before? What was the basis for that?
That's just my opinion. I just wanted to get the position filled. I felt I
Okay.
found a good qualified person, and yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that backs up Jeffrey's position to hire the most qualified people we can get. They're not getting a pension. We have not really a 401k. We have a program. It's given the history we've had in the past, we want to attract and keep the best people. And
Then I would say then adjust the salary. And I'm just opposed to such a high COLA value as that we should just put it in our policy. Then it's just based on COLA, and we'll just adjust the COLA. If our employees are underpaid, then our general manager, like he did with the arborist, who told us 2 meetings ago that we're gonna, she is underpaid and we're gonna adjust it, then we should adjust these salaries to fit the job description, the work they're doing based on general manager recommendation. Director Searles, from what I understand, you just said, the increasing or paying more to everybody is going to help, help with marketing or help do more duties. No, we need to go hire somebody to do that. I don't know if the maintenance rec assistant needs a 7% COLA to do that. If we can't get a maintenance rec assistant at that number, Mr. Mendoza should come back and say, you know what, I need to hire him at 18 or 22 or 30 or 40 or whatever it is.
What if we did something like this as a compromise, and we said, let's do, let's say, a 4% COLA, and then whatever the dollar amount is, give them a one-time bonus that would add up to 7%?
Be tiny. I mean, the
Sorry?
numbers we're talking about are embarrassingly small.
Embarrassing to who? This is taxpayer money. What do you mean embarrassing?
It seems putting the squeeze on our employees. We're not telling.
We're not putting this squeeze. We're not squeezing anybody.
You are putting the squeeze on them because costs really have gone up in the last year.
And it's gone up.
And we're reflecting market values in these salaries by increasing them to reflect what.
Then increase their salary. Costs have gone up for the district. It costs more for fertilizer and for water and for
Right.
supplies and all that.
And we're not telling CR&R or anybody else, hey, we're not going to give you we're not going to pay your numbers. We're going to beat you down, by 3%.
Every time their contract comes up, to the extent that we're in charge of the contract, we negotiate with them.
We do.
And that's their contract employees, so we negotiate with them.
And, our revenue stream comes from taxes only. We can't raise, or from property taxes, we can't raise taxes. To me, this question of understand the inflation's very high, great. So this year, the inflation side's highest it's ever been. So bonus them out. If we have positions that are underpaid, we need to adjust those positions.
And if Joe
Are
came
prices going to be going down next year?
I don't know.
Are what going down?
Prices.
I see Rossmoor as
Home
a small
prices?
business.
Wait.
I see Rossmoor as a small business. It's not we aren't guaranteed, we're guaranteed this percentage of property taxes, but property taxes could go down. There could be a economic.
Home prices could go down.
Yeah, they could.
Interest rates now are, what are they, at 5%?
We went through it in 08, 09. I mean, we're spending our community's money, so we're not really a government where we can raise our own money. It's just.
But the theory behind the bonus is something's going to change next year, because you're saying we're giving you this amount because last year, the prices and wages increased, and we're reflecting that in this number, and then you're going to take it away for next year.
We may or may not. We don't know what next year is going to be.
There's going to be inflation this year.
There's already inflation, and you say our price is going to go down? Listen, I've got a good friend that lives in a similar neighborhood in Newport Beach, put his house up for sale around $2 million, held out for more money, more money, more money. 3 months have now gone by. Now the offers are coming in $50,000 lower. Why? Because the market is very unstable. Interest rates are going up. We were at the peak already. We're already overpriced, and yet prices in Rossmoor may go down next year. We don't know.
They may. That doesn't necessarily affect our tax revenues, because remember.
And next year, if we're wrong and economically we're sailing along and things are going great, we can adjust salaries, we can increase COLA, we can do a lot of things. And if Joe comes to us in a month, says, I can't hire a communications person because the $20 an hour just isn't enough, it needs to be $23 an hour, we can adjust it on the spot.
Yeah, we could.
Or for any other position.
I'm not going to be part of this discussion next year, but
No,
I'm
you won't.
imagining the same argument next year. Oh, okay, well, this year, next year is going to be uncertain. Next year, every year is uncertain.
I don't know what next year is going to be.
No.
And a few years ago, things were great. The real estate market was rocking.
We debate it like we're doing now, and I've been in these for many years, and it's either 2.5 or 3, and yes, we look at the COLA, and yes, we look at this that affects. It's never been this high, and it's going to go on forever. Where I just feel if they're underpaid, their salary should be adjusted. It shouldn't be a straight.
So then let's do this: 4% COLA and a 3% salary adjustment.
I don't.
That way, it's not precedent setting. We're only doing COLA, and
because I don't feel
committee-
that's fair. I don't
the
feel
budget
that's fair.
committee is making the recommendation that we think that there should be
I understand.
adjustment.
Yep.
So I mean, you could vote no, but I'm just saying that's
It's the same
it's the
thing.
same dollar amount. It's a different concept. What I've heard is COLA. We can't do more than COLA. The COLA, whatever.
Cost of living adjustment, you can call it a salary raise or a COLA, it doesn't matter.
There's been comments about that if we think there needs to be a salary adjustment, we should make a salary adjustment. So
That should be Joe coming to us with individual positions that he thinks we're underpaying. The other thing that's going on we're not talking about, and of course I get beat up when I talk about it, and I don't care, is that what's going on in the school district. We've got declining enrollment dramatically, more so than we've ever seen before. We've got probably turnover that's going to go on the board and chaos that's going on at the school. How's that going to affect property values here in Rossmoor that has been buoyed by an otherwise strong school? There are elements that are out of our control that are very different than they've been in the past, from inflation, from gas prices, to interest rates on home loans that are getting very high and putting a lot of pressure. I've seen it locally. School districts that are struggling. More people are homeschooling. More people are leaving California. I don't think now is the time to be having a generous, higher than we've ever done COLA for our employees. I'm not opposed to paying them more, and I think 4% and giving them a 3% bonus. Next year we'll revisit it, and if we're wrong and things are humming along and doing great, and finances are good and tax revenue is high, we can adjust it. And if Joe comes to us and says this position is underpaid, I can't hire, then on an individual basis, the board can give Joe permission to raise that salary to some competitive rate. I mean, I know in my practice, I'm having to do that now. We're trying to hire medical assistants. It's very, very difficult and very competitive. We're having to raise rates to a level that we didn't think we'd need to, because you just can't find good people.
New York law firms just bumped up first-year lawyer salaries to think it's $225,000 a year, something obscene.
So what I hear, we have one unfilled position now, right? So tomorrow we've got somebody starting, we've got one unfilled position, and if we need to raise that person's salary or other people because we can't maintain them, then we can certainly do that.
This is a market force, and a COLA is part of the market force as to what's happening to the economy. And I agree with you. I mean, this kind of inflation is not unprecedented. We had the same thing under Presidents Ford and Carter. And fortunately, President Reagan's Fed chairman put an end to it.
Right.
And since then, we've had low inflation.
What were interest rates then?
20%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Imagine if that happened right now. What would happen to property values?
Actually, property values in 1980, 81, we had a recession.
Yeah.
Back then. I remember that well.
And we're heading into a recession now?
And we're heading into a recession now. All I know is
Going to have
that
unpaid property taxes. What you're gonna have.
neighbor just bought the fixer-upper across the street, original Rossmoor home for $1.5 million.
Yeah.
So it hasn't,
Yeah.
I'm seeing other places where prices are coming down, not seeing them come down in Rossmoor.
Yeah.
Yet, maybe next year they will be coming down. And that
Our
may or
grass
may
is-
not affect our
When
property.
our grass is now all
taxes.
turned brown because we can only water it twice a week?
Not me, I've got a drought tolerant yard, front and back.
Again, looking at, I don't know, I don't believe that a part-time maintenance rec assistant should have the same increase. If you want to do this across the board, I'm not in agreement with 7%, but I just don't, across the board, yes, we've done a little one in the past, 2 to 4%, but a part-time maintenance assistant is getting the same increase as, administrative assistant or a general clerk.
Well, they're just getting the same percentage increase.
To get to the same, if 4%.
That maintenance person is getting a whopping
$1.12, $1.16. I know, $1.16.
on one of them. Actually, this maintenance rec assistant is going from $17.34 to $17.39. That's 49 cents we're spending the taxpayers' money arguing about. 49 cents an hour for that rec
And
assistant.
if Joe can't fill it, then raise it to 18. But the fact that we got to give everyone a raise every single year at 8-9%. I don't know what it's going to be next year.
And we have discretion to decide
if we can increase
A
20%.
4% COLA with a 3% bonus gets us to the same dollar amount, and we give Joe discretion as needed to give individual positions increased raises.
we have the same debate next year.
And we will. That's a good debate to have.
Every year we do.
Mhm.
It's a good debate. I think it's an
It's
important
never
debate.
been 7.
Well, not for the RCSD.
I know, that's all I'm really cared about.
Because this inflation is, I say, generational.
So I'm going to make a motion,
Okay.
and then we'll just see where it goes. And then if it doesn't pass, we'll go with another motion. So I make a motion that we accept the budget with a 7% cost of living increase.
Second.
Further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor of the budget with the 7% increase, say aye. Aye.
Aye. I'm not sure we don't need
Oh, is it a roll call?
I don't think it is a roll call.
No, this one, I guess, is not a roll call. The next one
Jeffrey,
is.
before you take this vote, and you may have the votes to pass what you want,
There was already 3, but
don't
okay.
you think it's important that this board come to consensus, even if it's a compromise on passing the budget, for goodness sake? I've only been on, I've been on the board for a few years. Are you guys aware of a budget not being passed by unanimous vote because we came to consensus?
Honestly, I'm not in the same seat as you are in terms of needing, I'm totally fine with people not agreeing. That's just why there's 5 of us.
But
Well-
you know what, President Rips, you know what, we waited 2 months, and we waited. I know I think the intent of the 4 of us, I don't know, I'll speak for myself. The intent of me waiting was to get you in the room so we could have, and I agree with Dr. Barkey, that we should have a consensus here on a RCSD budget. I don't remember ever not having a consensus vote on a budget. So,
What is it? I mean, first of all, we've already gotten 3 votes, so I don't know how you back that off.
You can if you want, but
But what is it? What does it change?
it changes a lot. I mean,
Like
your
what?
your role, in my humble opinion, as president, is try to reach consensus and compromise so we're all on the same page, not to just try to count votes. Especially as it relates to something like the budget.
I think that the salary issue, as you're talking about the budget, is one item of the budget. And I mean, personally, I think we could all grab an item from the budget and just say, I really don't want to agree with the budget because I don't like this item here or that item.
Like what? I don't understand that.
Well, if I said that I think the tree budget should be twice what it is, then we should sacrifice something else.
Well, I think that'd be a good discussion if you really believe that.
But my point being is there was a discussion about how this could be 4% or 3% or 7%, and there wasn't a consensus on that anyway.
Well, I offered a compromise. Nobody gave me an alternative to my compromise.
I think the fact that we're agreeing on every single item of the budget except one, and we have a complete consensus on every single item of the budget except for one, I think that speaks well. I mean, we have a what's the budget? 1 point several something million budget, and we're disagreeing about $8,000.
I agree. That's my,
I
that
think
is
we're
generally my point.
98% consensus, 99.
Well, no, that's great. Listen, you know, when I try to lead, even though people disagree with me, I try to come to a place where we're all in agreement and we can compromise and at least nod our head or all feel a little bit uncomfortable with the decision, but at least we're all in agreement with that decision. I think that's the role of the board ultimately, is to try to do that whenever we can. And on an item that affects the entire district and every employee, you, Jeffrey, put us in a position that the employees now see that there's 3 directors that voted for a 7% raise, 2 that wanted something else, and you potentially create an unnecessary burden and hard feelings on the board against directors.
You're more than
to
welcome to
employees.
change your vote to
No,
yes.
I'm not going to change my vote, but I would be willing to compromise. And I just don't think it's good. I just don't think it's good governance.
I loathe to
do
bring
that.
this up, but I'm going to because I'm not sure. But there were issues last year that were 3-2 that I lost on that you did not try to come to consensus as the president. Maybe not affecting the employees, but clearly sent a message to our community that there was a divide. And so I understand what you're saying, but I think
Those were individual items about events and so forth.
It's
They were not-
situational desires of what we should be doing as
These
a
are
board.
employees and budget, which is arguably the single most important thing that we do, is take care of our employees, pass a budget, and be fiscally responsible.
And I think we agree that we want to be fiscally responsible. I view that we are being fiscally responsible. I think that we are coming in a black budget, and God forbid all the things happen that you're talking about. We have the ability to say we're not going to do X, Y, or Z on other things. It doesn't necessarily have to come out of the employees.
Yeah.
That's my view.
We did that two years ago when, COVID hit. We made budgetary changes to deal with the new situation, and I think we can do that
Well,
again.
we were shut down, and that obviously made sense to dial
we're not
back
spending money.
the amount of time
You
that
know,
our employees
still
were.
don't-
They're shutting down starting Thursday. No, they're imposing
I
masks.
still don't understand. So, what's the, without the COLA 7%, what's the employee salaries?
To that page.
What's the
I guess
number?
that's 60.
7% is 515, 893, 9796. 515, 893. So what is it? What is it budgeted without the COLA? It's only $7,000 less?
With the 4%, it's 524, 525 basically, and with the 7%, it's 532. If you're asking what it would be with zero COLA, the budget information doesn't provide that. Well, it was 489 last year.
489, it's 36. Okay. Well,
There it
again,
is.
and you know what? So with this decision of 7% COLA, certainly I I understand that our staff does a great job in Rossmoor, okay? All of the folks. But we have a tremendous general manager that does probably 5 times more work. So if we're gonna give a 7% COLA to our staff, we should be given a minimum 7% COLA adjustment to Mr. Mendoza, okay? I know we gave him a raise last year, but
Yeah.
last year was last year, that's 2021. And I could argue that his $85,000 this year is worth 7% less or 8% less. He's the one that comes in after, you know, when it gets broken into at the middle of the night. He's always here. He works, he doesn't count his hours. He doesn't get paid by the hours. So, and this is which is, I believe this is setting a precedent because now it's like, in my opinion, we're degrading our general manager by not giving him an adjustment for his salary. So,
Well, as you said, we gave him an increase last year, and if he feels when his contract is next up for negotiation,
Annual review.
at the annual review, we'll certainly take that into consideration. I don't think you have to be negotiating against yourself on this one.
Okay, let's move on.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Any abstentions? Budget passes 3-2. Thank you, everybody. Sorry, now I lost it.
G1. Oh, you lost your.
I lost my whole thing.
iBooks.
We're on G1, passing the budget resolution.
Okay, you can take it away.
I'll take it from here. President Riff, members of the board, now it's time to pass resolution number 220712-01, the resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Service District establishing the annual revenue and expenditure total amounts for fiscal year 22-23 for the Rossmoor Community Services District. So we're asking you for approval of this resolution. The resolution is attached, and it reads, whereas the Rossmoor Community Services did discuss and approve at the public hearing the district's fiscal year 22-23 final budget. Now therefore it is resolved by the Board of Directors that the Community Services District, that it hereby establishes the annual budget revenue and expenditure totals by fund in the amount specified in attachment A.
And it's
Fiscal year 22-23.
far ahead, way higher than what we're actually spending. I move to approve Resolution 22-07-12-1 by reading the title only and waiving further reading as follows. A resolution of the Board of Directors of the Rossmoor Community Services District establishing the annual revenue and expenditure total amounts for fiscal year 22-23 for the Rossmoor Community Services District.
So, point of order. So this is a resolution that is approving the expenditure or the movement of the budget?
No, it's the, this is the limit to it, right? Isn't this the GAN limit?
Is Tarquin on the line?
Yeah.
I believe this is the GAN limit. Am I right, Tarquin?
Say that one more time, Director Nitigran, please.
What do you say?
I don't know.
Tarquin is the what number is this?
G1.
G1.
Tarquin, and it's the resolution 22-7-12-01. The question is, this is the resolution to pass the budget, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's attachment A at the 7% level.
Because our budget
That's
is
page 84.
something under 1.1 million, and this is for 1.95. Isn't this the GAN limit? Tarquin?
This is, yeah, this, so we're at G1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This
that is my
establishing
understanding.
the annual revenue and expenditure total amounts.
We also have Ken on the line. Ken, can you clarify anything?
Sure. This is not the GAN limit. The
Oh,
GAN
okay.
limit was already approved back in May.
Oh,
So
we did
this
approve
only
that. Okay.
kind of ratified the revenue and expenditure presented in the proposed budget that was discussed in the last item.
So this is our maximum expenditures, except it doesn't, how does it correlate to our actual budget?
It's the same amount as page 59 with the 7%.
Yep.
Right.
Is it?
Yep.
That's what
Yes.
Yes, sir. Hey, yep, I just turned to that page. Thank
Okay.
So it is
Can't
the
read
budget.
those numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. So this is a resolution to approve the budget we just approved.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Okay. Sorry.
I think this is a roll call.
Yeah.
Director DeMarco,
No.
Director Markey,
No.
Director Stiros,
Yes.
Director Nidickman,
Yes.
and President Ripp.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, 3-2. And if there wasn't enough, all right. H1, Mr. Mendoza.
Okay, this is the item, I believe Tarquin's going to recuse himself. The item is the discussion regarding the amendment number 1 to the agreement of legal services for the Rossmoor Community Service District. Basically,
Has he?
yes.
I am going to be recusing myself, correct?
What do you say?
This is just approval of his renewal of his contract, right?
At higher rates.
At a higher rate.
Yeah.
He hasn't had increase in rates in how long?
2015.
Okay.
So the rate for 2015 are the same that we're paying right now, and legal counsel is asking to upgrade the rates, and it's basically about 5%. And if you see the fiscal impact on page 86, we're budgeting $60,000. But the proposed budget is 62. His rates will go up to about 52,000, but I put some little cushion in there just in case we have some issues that we are unaware of. So bottom line is, I have last year's our current agreement. The rate was $200 an hour. They're asking to move up to $215, and the calendar years coming up, moving up to $225 in the next couple years, 2024 and 2025.
So they were 200 and they're going up to 215?
Yes, sir.
That's a 7.5% increase.
Right,
by
7.5%,
my
exactly.
calculation.
And so I guess my last comment here is the legal services that Jones and Meyer has performed has been very adequate or above, and they've been very consistent, and they've provided good service. This is probably not a huge ask, and I would recommend that we move forward, and my recommendation is we accept their proposal.
When was this, the original rate has been ongoing for how long?
Since 2015.
Wow, so we haven't changed that rate for 5 years?
Right.
7 years?
7 years, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's only 1% a year. Or
that seems
roughly
perfectly fair.
So, Joe,
Give 'em a
when did
bonus.
you get this request for the change in rate?
It was prior to the budget, so it was probably in June or May or June. So it was
Yep.
something that I tacked onto this budget process.
Okay. And second question would be, where are our comparables
With other,
firms, other attorneys?
we have not went out to bid, no.
Okay. I mean, I'm not against
I-
the idea
I
that, I
can-
mean, it's a small amount over the years that it's been, but, I mean, for for our real, transparency, we should know
I
when
can
this
tell-
was
I can tell you-
solicited and how much other, attorneys are getting
I
charged.
can tell you, it might be apple and oranges, but I know cities like Cerritos and Lakewood or whatever, it's a fraction of what they're paying.
I believe so. I mean, I know it's a
Have you-
fraction of what I'm charging.
Who's representing LaSalle right now? This week?
I don't know.
You don't know?
That changed quite a
I
bit.
mean, it has been, yeah, it has been. I mean, there's only like three or four municipal law firms in the entire area. It wouldn't be too hard to figure out the answer to that question. But yeah, I mean, my gut is that that's still a pretty reasonable rate for, municipal law services are generally less than most private pay, but that still seems pretty close. I suppose we could go and check what the competition is doing, but
I don't know. We got two attorneys here, so is $215,000
It's
pretty cheap?
It's cheap.
$215 an hour.
How much?
$215 an hour.
$215 an hour.
$215 an hour. Yeah. That is
Reasonable.
reasonable. That is very reasonable.
I know. I just.
Yeah. No. I'm just answering Director Nidikin's question about going out and getting bids and doing all that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think it's pretty reasonable. I'm not an attorney.
As I say, municipal law rates are lower than
Understood.
private,
Yep.
but I know people,
I don't know of an attorney that charges $215.
no, their attorney rates are, they're approaching three figures.
Yeah.
Yep.
Four figures. rather.
Yeah, I mean, I'm comfortable with it. No raise in 7 years, and
Yep.
seems like it certainly, Tarquin certainly does a great job for us.
We need a motion, right? We have a motion to.
I'll move approval.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank
I think we're moving into the very brief general manager
Yes.
items.
President, members of the board, just want to give you just a brief overview of some of the things we're working on right now. One is, we have Shakespeare in the Park coming up this Saturday and Sunday.
Did I
We have
miss
a
something?
movie night on Friday night, and they're both well publicized.
I don't know how to do it.
In regards to day-to-day operation, Black Mountain Software.
Actually, can you message Tarquin if he can't hear? I don't know if he can hear us to come back on, that we're done with that section. Thanks.
In regards to the day-to-day operation, we are in the process of being trained on the Black Mountain software. It's being instituted. In fact, President Rips has 3 checks for the 22-23 budget, and the rest are for 21-22 from last fiscal year that he'll be signing today. So we are implementing those checks into the system, and we are being trained by their personnel. Gray IT is walking along with us, as well as Ken Poon's office. Staff recruitment, as I talked about, the account clerk is filled. We do have the administrative assistants, which I'm heavily looking into, and I will be meeting with the our organization committee meeting if I can't fill it, if we have issues, and I might have some other options that I'm thinking about, and that might be dividing the position up or go in contract with portions of it. But if we can't fill it with a good, solid, individual, I'm going to have alternatives to look at, and I'll be coming to the org meeting with it, or committee with it. Excuse me, getting late. Besides that, everything's going good. Farmers market is well received. People look forward to it. I'm getting great comments, and we're looking to expand it. I'm pushing them to move it around the corner a little bit and take up a little more space and add some other venues like flowers or eggs and poultry and things like that, which they're looking at also. So bringing in a little more. We've had good entertainment. They They volunteered and they're great. They're not, but we're looking into jazzing it up a little and providing some alternative entertainment that might increase the excitement. So with that concludes my report. Any questions? Happy to answer them.
Can you text Tarquin to come back?
Tarquin, are you back on?
I have a couple questions for Joe, but I can do them now or.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Joe and I did talk at the festival, which was outstanding on Saturday, about the people he wants to hire, and we talked about outsourcing, and I think it's certainly a option that, again, up to you, Joe, but just like I think we have a deficit in marketing and socially marketing and social media and just getting the word out on things to where it's not that we need someone full-time. It would be great to have an employee possibly do it, but even if you outsourced that possibly or contracted that piece, I think it would help us tremendously. Even getting the word out for like the farmers market.
Sure.
But I would say
the issue is twofold, and I know it's getting late, and this is a whole different discussion. The issue is our clientele and our base. We do not have a good base of residents in our system, and so I'm meeting with.
Can you move the microphone really close to you?
I'm meeting with Brea IT this week to look at our website and to also figure out a way to market and to increase our base of people registered in our system. Right now, we only have a few. We only have people that either play tennis or rent the facility.
So if you want to develop the base,
yep,
we need to get folks that, I don't know if maybe Brea is the people to do it, but maybe they're not. You need to advertise. You need to geotag Rossmoor, and you need to advertise Facebook, Instagram, all that, and you will get followers just inside Rossmoor, right? To bolster up your followers and stuff like that. So when you post something, they will see it, just like the other organizations in Rossmoor do.
It's a volunteer, registration process. For instance, in the city of Cerritos, when I was there, we went out to every home and made them become, get on our website by either you did get a library card or to register your kid in the class, because we had all those classes and all those programs. They had to be in our base. So we have a minimal base here. We're only a fraction. We only reach out to a fraction, so we can do all we want to pump up what we're sending out there, but we're only hitting a few, maybe 1,000, 1,500 people. So,
even though there's probably 5,000 that are, or 8,000 that are on their phones every day that get notifications from all their other Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, all that.
That's the hurdle, and that's the challenge. And
your email base is only 1,500?
I'm taking a guess.
You need somebody
it's a fraction.
You need somebody that knows how to manage social media.
Yeah. But I think that the idea of bringing someone in to hire someone to do that, might work, or we outsource that to build that and then manage it.
Yeah, absolutely. There are people that a lot of people that do
know
this
exactly
for a
what to
living.
do.
My daughter does this for a living.
It doesn't cost that much money because you only need it for a fraction of time to get the people.
Hire somebody for 3 months to do this.
And then when you say, hey, don't forget, Thursday morning, don't forget farmers market, it goes out to 20,000 people.
Right.
And you get 2,000 to show up, I don't know, just an idea, Joe. I think in that we've lagged behind in that, and it's noticeable on the social media side that our CSD is behind in getting information out, right? And connecting with our residents. And again, it's no one's fault. It's just we have to invest in doing that. So
We need to concentrate on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have time to do everything, and that's an expertise. And, yeah, there are lots of people who do that. There are, I mean, you could get an intern to do something like that. There are people who are studying that at Long Beach State, but maybe hiring a consulting firm for a couple months, I don't know.
yeah, I don't even know if it's a consulting. I mean,
It's your judgment, but we do need somebody.
yeah.
Sure.
That
Thank you.
was it.
Do you want to just continue? You have any other comments? Just,
We had a long night. I appreciate everyone coming, certainly for the pickleball, but all the departments too. I want to keep an eye on the water district. I don't like how they're tearing up the streets. I hope this T-top coming back, putting a T-top on it. Okay. When it's all done, I'll let you guys know if they did a T-top on it. You know what I mean? Because where it is now, it's terrible. It's terrible on those streets. And we got, Ruthie Lane was a brand new street. So he's saying you got a 3-year moratorium on brand new streets. Well, Public Works gave the permit and broke that moratorium because it was a brand new street. So other than that, I appreciate all the departments coming. It's nice talking to them and yelling at them a little bit. That's it.
Thank you.
That's a great way of putting it. Honestly, though, yeah, it's a long meeting, but it's a necessary long meeting, and I appreciate everyone who came tonight. The discussion tonight. I mean, yeah, we didn't have consensus on the budget, but I appreciate that we have the conversation, and I think everyone was heard. I hope everyone feels that way. I'm excited for Shakespeare by the Sea being here this weekend again, so that return is nice. And Saturday's Foodie Family Festival was great, as Tony said. Band was fun. People were having a good time. Joe, thank you. The staff did an incredible job again. And I do want to say, to Director DeMarco's comments about, our communications and our people. I know the RHA put together an email program that's sending us information about street sweeper issues, and I appreciate that. I say that more to the community because people put things on Facebook or Twitter or Nextdoor, and they expect a response from the board, and we can't have a discussion on those platforms as a board, and so it's not right for any of us to really present a board statement, right? And so I merely wanted people to understand that they need to let the board know through the official channels, because then they go in the record and we can act on it. We're not, as a board, going to act on someone's statement on Facebook.
Right.
And so I hope we don't need to use the RHA's, email program to get information from residents. I want residents to just email us and come to meetings, and they will be heard. So that's it.
Thank you. Which one? All right. Dr. Barkey.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Nathan. We may not agree on a lot, but we agree on beef jerky. And I appreciate the gesture. You bought me some beef jerky a week or so ago, and it was delicious, and I appreciate that. I was at the event on Saturday. Very good food. Fantastic Italian tri-tip barbecue. I don't quite get the Italian part of it, but it was very delicious. And Joe, thank you and your staff for putting on these wonderful events during the summer.
Which truck was that?
What's that?
Which truck was that?
It said it was Italian barbecue.
Yeah.
I didn't
They had
know
some
that was like
crazy
a thing,
dishes.
but whatever, it was delicious.
All right.
So yeah.
Something to try.
And listen, I am disappointed. I purposely because of the snafu of the Zoom and whatever where you couldn't be here. We had an opportunity to discuss this budget in your absence. We could have. We purposely chose not to. We didn't think it was the right thing to do. And to not make an effort to come to some consensus compromise is very disappointing to me. And I don't think that's the right thing to do, especially on something that's important. You know, is it a few dollars? Is it going to make a big deal? No, but it's the principle of it. That I put an offer out, you didn't like it, you didn't counter it, you just led with what you wanted the end result to be because you thought you had the votes, and you did. I personally don't think that's right. I don't.
By the way, I did counter. You didn't like my counter.
Your counter was the same thing, you just called it something different. But nonetheless, there wasn't any other compromise. There wasn't any discussion like, is there room to go? Would you consider 5% instead of 4%? Would you go to 6% instead of 5%? Nothing. So anyways, I'm disappointed. And I hope in the future that we look at this as an opportunity to sit back when we disagree and say, what do we agree on? And is there a way we can all compromise a little bit to come to some consensus? Because to the extent that we can do that, it makes us a better board, in my opinion. And Joe, nobody mentioned this, but there's a JPIA sheet here. Apparently there's an event that they're having, our risk management company. And part of joining this company was that they put on these events from time to time that directors can go to. And I haven't looked at the dates or the events. It's a quick drive up to Santa Barbara, but might be something interesting that some of us might want to attend.
I actually want to attend, but the first day is Yom Kippur.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. Which
Well,
makes
there
it
you go.
challenging for
Ditto.
some of us that.
Yeah, ditto. So I won't be attending.
I'm actually really disappointed that they have it on Yom Kippur of all days. I understand calendars are busy, but that seems more than just an oversight.
I agree. I used to get pissed at the school district when they would have assignments and things on the most important Jewish holiday of the year.
Yeah, I think, yeah. So I'm sharing that with you that you might want
Yeah,
to.
you can let them know.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I won't be attending either.
I was even thinking, maybe I'll go up the next day, but that just,
I'll be back.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I don't have anything to add. I appreciate everybody coming here, expressing their opinions. I think it was actually productive, and I hope to have further productive discussions on the subject until we, and hopefully we can reach a consensus on that. I don't know what it will be, but
Pickleball, you mean?
On pickleball, yeah. I think there were a lot of different ideas expressed. Some of them were given to us in writing, so we have time to analyze them, which is good. And we have time to make the right decision. All I have.
well, thank you. The longest meeting I've been part of at RCSD for a long time, I think probably ever. So, but I appreciate all the partnerships that we have and the people that came to make presentations. And I think the conversations that we had with the community regarding pickleball was important. I echo the sentiments of up here. I think that the event on Saturday was tremendous, and that's what gets me going is when we do that for the community and see the community out there. And I think that that's something that's special about Rossmoor. And absolutely appreciate the conversation regarding the budget, and I hear what you're saying in terms of trying to find consensus, and maybe there's areas in the future that we can do that, and maybe there's not, but I definitely hear what you're saying, and I appreciate where you're coming from. So thank you. That's it.
I think Tarquin might be on.
Oh, Tarquin, do you have any council items?
If I did, I would waive them due to the lateness of the hour, but I do not.
I think he said if he did, he'd waive it because of the hour or something like that. I think so. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. All those?
Aye.
I'll use this. There we go. Meeting adjourned.
You got the gavel, you use it.
There you go.